then. So, today's adventure is, somewhat ambitious. Somewhat ambitious. Whether it'll actually work out or not, we'll see. So, the intent for today, as you can see by the fact that we have an anthology loaded up right now, is we're gonna try to beat all 3 Sengoku games. Now, what these are is they're reasonably short SNK beat-em-ups, predominantly from the Neo Geo, as far as I'm aware. This anthology, of course, is on the PS2, however. So, if you want that, that's how you get that. How well this is gonna go might vary. I tested the first one and got decently far without too much trouble. The good news is it seems to have unlimited continues, which is going to be a very big part of this. Is when I say I didn't have much trouble, that's because of the unlimited continues, not because this is easy. You do have some limited options. You have a bunch of language options. We're not going to click that because it changes everything every time I touch it, and it takes a bit to cycle through. You do at least have sound options. I have everything set as high as they can go because, unlike you would expect for something like this, it's actually fairly quiet. So, I have it set decently, I think, at the moment. If it is too low still, we'll find out. Let's go punch things. And we'll explain how game works as game goes. See, it even keeps the Neo Geo intro as another layer of like, yep, this is definitely ported from the Neo Geo. 400 years ago, a powerful warlord with plans to conquer the world set forth on his evil mission by attacking entire towns and villages and terrorizing them beyond belief. Anyone who stood in his path of destruction was met by such brutal attacks that death was their only escape. Then 2 samurai warriors joined forces to stop the wicked warlord. After many fierce battles, they finally defeated him. But just before he died, he uttered his final words: "I shall return in 400 years, this time with another madman who shall be even stronger and will rule the world." 400 years have passed and the prophecy has come true. Only you and another warrior of great strength and skill can stand up to the returned warlord and save the world. We're counting on you. I got 90% of that. Like, there was a word or two I had to give up on because of the amount of text that I had to get through there, but we got through. Behold the man with the fancy hat and the pink pants, by the way. Sadly, we will not be playing as him, because he is the second player, and you cannot choose between them. We will instead be this man. These orbs are going to be vitally important to me. Every orb does something different, but most of them give you a weapon. And the weapons, as you might imagine, are kind of helpful to have. This one's the one I want. Red gives you a katana. This one gives you what was referred to on Wikipedia as a holy sword. Supposedly, according to said Wikipedia entry, they all do the same thing, though this one feels slightly better. I'm convinced that it's slightly like 2 pixels longer, so I was hitting enemies from further away with it than the other ones. These green ones are going to also be very important because 10 of them gives you 1 point of health back. We probably aren't going to be seeing any use from that, but I'm going to try. Freeing these old people is useful because they give you magic temporarily. We now shoot projectiles when we punch. It used to be getting sent up and down a lot, by the way. That's basically how this entire stage proceeds, is up and then down, and then up and then down. We gotta wait to get past the fire. There we go. As you can see, having a projectile makes things way faster. They can, however, as you saw there, deflect them. Okay, got the katana when I grabbed both. I wasn't sure which one it was going to give me since more or less both were at the same time. Yellow gives you, yeah, temporary projectiles as well. You don't see yellow very often. Or at least I didn't when I tested this. There's the castle again, summoning more dudes. Or in this case, stronger dudes. These beating me with a stick. Okay, we lived through that, but I'm gonna die here because these guys are really hard to defeat without just getting chopped. Is they defend pretty heavily, and as you can see, they have a decent amount of iframes, just like we do. That's one of the gimmicks of the game. We can now transform into that wolf you just saw. You know, if I was allowed to stand up and move, which, good luck with that idea when these guys really just start going at it. Now, we will not really be using that transformation that much because, in my experience, it doesn't do very great for me. But yeah, neat thing. When you have a weapon, you can actually clash with their sword. And even end up with a situation like this where you actually have to mash to defeat their defense. There we go, we got another transformation. That one being a lot more useful, but we're almost dead, so there's no point in transforming. We will just lose it. Oh yeah, all the weapons, by the way, are temporary. They all disappear over time. So just use them if you get them, because they ain't staying. I have no idea how the second and third game work by comparison. So that's going to be interesting. I only really tested this one. Because as far as I can tell from screenshots and everything, they're pretty similar. So it really doesn't... I don't think it's going to be too big a deal. And I doubt the audio balance is going to get too wacky considering they're in an anthology, though obviously I could easily end up being very wrong about that. It's very satisfying just taking out the whole trio at once there. Yeah, see, they got blades too, so they can actually parry your attacks as well. Or I'm parrying them, I really don't know which. And yes, they do just show up in towers like that. It's honestly very funny. And now, two guys with sticks who throw rings of beads that will blow your face off. Ow. Ow. I'm assuming those are meant to be some kind of monks or something, probably. Okay, we got fully healed by defeating them. Which is going to be a lot more common than us getting 10 green gems without dying. Especially with how high they float and the fact that our plane of existence is kind of a pain. Because you have to be very specifically on the right alignment with these in order to grab them. And, you know, it's got classic beat-em-up jumping, otherwise known as... You better hope you're happy with where you jumped to, because you're going there, and you're not having a choice. Far better to just stick your foot out and hope for the best if you jumped somewhere, because you're going there anyway. I don't know if there's a way to manually cause that spin kick to happen. Sometimes I think I figured it out, and then it doesn't actually work again. Yeah, because it almost feels like it's a turnaround and punch, and you'll do it, but it doesn't always do it, so I don't know if it's a me problem, or if that's more just a it sometimes does, sometimes doesn't situation. It may even just be part of his combo, and I'm confusing myself needlessly. Could go either way on that one. Also, get used to these samurai being everywhere, because they are genuinely like every other fight. There's a lot of them. Which is, again, why the unlimited continues matters. Oh yeah, you can break their swords. I don't know how I keep doing that. I think it's a specific spacing thing. But I'm not 100% on that. It just keeps happening on occasion, and I'm just very happy when I just snap their sword like a twig. Now we're just riding on a bunch of horses. And that guy's just running fast enough to keep up with the horses. That's just a thing he does. Our first actual boss fight. Well, technically actual boss fight. This one's actually very easy to break. Because all you have to do is when he jumps, hit him, and then he'll jump again. And you just can keep hitting him over and over again. I just need to get him back in the loop again. Nope, spaced it wrong. But compared to all of the other fights in this game, this guy really isn't that bad. There we go, now he's in the loop. Except I keep pushing him just far enough back that I couldn't keep the loop going. Now this phase actually is much the same. as long as I can get him in the loop again. Unfortunately, our kick is a little too strong, so half the time we actually send him out of reach. Nope, didn't get all of them. That could be a problem too, because we have 1 hit point left again. This is going to be basically an exercise in death treadmilling. And every time we defeat a boss, we'll see either Warlord yell at one of their subordinates and go, hey, go kick their ass, go do the thing. And yes, that same scene is genuinely going to replay every time. It's honestly kind of funny to me. Okay, see, if I just mash attack, he does just spin kick some of the time. Oh yeah, don't delay, by the way, because rollers will come and kill you. I presume that's from when it was in arcades and such, so that the lives would automatically reset back to the beginning of the game eventually if nobody was playing. Because that is actually a fairly common practice, apparently, among some companies at least. This way people don't just start in the middle of the game, they can just go back to the beginning automatically. Yep, sword wore off at a real awkward time. These guys are actually not that tough either. As you can see, you can just kind of lock them down if you don't have a weapon. So it's not too bad. Like, as you might imagine, in typical beat-em-up fashion, that is your main way of surviving, is just lock your opponent down as quick as you can. Though this guy just keeps doing contact damage and keeping me from hitting him. And that's why I was confused by the unlimited continues, because you might think, oh, it ended. No, you actually just get to continue anyway. That, I think, is where your normal amount of continues outside of the anthology would have run out. And I almost did an English patched version of the Super Nintendo version of this, because that's what I found first when I was looking around for short things to potentially do today. And then then I realized the anthology exists, and I'm like, I can just do 3 games, not have to go digging for more games. This is a simple solution. Let's go ahead and act right. Fun fact, you can be hit while you're choosing your transformation. And it really sucks. I was gonna show a thing off, but you know what? Fine. You wanna just get punched? I can just punch you. This is fine. If you don't hit that floating head immediately, by the way, it starts running across the screen repeatedly, fast. So, make sure to kill it immediately, or you're gonna have a problem. Dog mode, go. Dog mode is failing me. The idea for dog mode is you jump and attack because you do these spins. But unfortunately, you can't actually land and jump again quick enough for that to be that effective. What I actually wanted was the sword form, because, you know, they've got a sword. I can actually fight these guys on relatively level ground this way. Don't let your change time run out, or you will lose the form. If you die with the form, you get to keep it, which is weird, but I don't think it's supposed to work that way. But that's absolutely something I'm going to be using and abusing. You can get the forms back as you fight, but it's much easier just not to lose them in the first place. Yeah, these dual swords are slightly faster than the other options, but as you might imagine, they also have shorter reach. I don't care what Wikipedia says, I'm pretty sure they are all slightly differently. But I don't think they have different damage, I think they're just speeds and reaches. Or at the very least, they do a great job of pretending that they have different reaches. Now, you will notice that the enemies do react differently if you stab them versus kicking them or punching them. Because they'll actually get, like, those slash effects on them. And a bunch of enemies will lose their weapons occasionally, like this guy's now trying to do sumo pushes now that he doesn't have his sword anymore. Let me quickly fix a thing. I realized one of my windows was out of alignment. There you go. Not anything y'all are gonna see, but it makes my life easier, because I can pay attention to more things on the side without having to move things. And especially playing something like this, I'm going to need to be paying attention to what I'm doing. Is technically I can just cheese this by using the fact that we have unlimited continues, but I'd rather do as well as I can. For obvious reasons. Like, obviously, we are only going to make it through this by virtue of the infinite continues. I'm making no bones about that. I ain't that good. But I'm gonna do the best I can. Also, yeah, that's a thing that happens, by the way. Those undead samurai will just run off the screen sometimes. I don't really know why. It's just a thing that happens. Punch the shell right off of you. But yeah, this does seem a very abusable game if you sit here and learn it, because there's a lot of spacing and such I've noticed that you can do to kind of break them. Like, especially those guys in particular, as you saw there. If I just stand back and swing, they just enter my range and die, because they don't really have a way around it. It's not exciting, but it's effective. That's kind of the key to things like that, is sometimes you gotta just do the effective thing, not the exciting thing, if you want to make it through an SNK beat 'em up. These guys, though, are great sources of green gems, as you see there, because they all drop one, and they all die in one hit. So we can actually get health back here. As long as, well, no, not all of them are dropping one. I thought they all dropped one. Huh, I guess I just got lucky before. And that guy gave me swords. Gonna need those in a minute. Because now Ninja Guy's back again. But with a weapon, you'll notice our knockback's less. So we can actually keep him in the loop easier. Oh yeah, and if you just miss him on the way up, just hit him on the way back down, and he gets sorted out just fine. Not really a problem. Swords wore off, but they did their job. Oh yeah, you gotta watch out for the ninjas that have ranged attacks. They are going to really ruin your whole day like that. Actually, yeah. I wanna... This is something I want dog form for. The idea is he's protected by all of his tiny versions that he's throwing around, but the spin attack takes you right through them all. So it's a non-issue to get through them. Now we'll go ahead and go back to human form. There we go. Because honestly, other than that, the wolf form really has yet to serve me well. Maybe there's people that are good with it that can make good things happen, but I'm not one of those. And you might be thinking, shouldn't you do, I don't know, any other kind of move to get past the guy with the sword? As far as I know, this is just a 3-button game, and it doesn't really have that many moves, unless they're complicated inputs that I haven't figured out by just hitting buttons and hoping for the best. Because you have square, which is change, X, which is attack, and circle, which is jump. That's all you got, as far as I've been able to tell. Now, obviously, I haven't played for that long. There may be something hidden somewhere, like fighting game levels of inputs, because it is SNK. They do know how to do inputs, so it's entirely possible. But I haven't found anything like that. So that's part of why we're just brute forcing our way to victory. I assume part of the idea is you're supposed to be using those transformations to help yourself. By the way, this ninja form, probably one of the least useful forms out of the 3. And I know I keep talking down about those forms, but genuinely all it is kicks and punches the same as you have, but he just flips when he moves around instead of walking. I don't really know if it's faster or like hits harder or something. I do think the forms have unique power-ups, I think I saw something say. Yep, next boss. Ironically enough, these boss fights genuinely aren't that bad. Like, you'll notice I've just got her in a loop here. Yeah, as soon as she starts choosing to spin again, it starts being a problem all over again. But if you can just keep them locked in a pattern, it's over. And they're reasonably easy to pattern lock. There we go, that's form 1. Now the problem form. I don't know how to beat this thing in any coherent fashion, so I'm just gonna keep hitting it and hope for the best. Like, obviously, the classic jump kick strategy works, but since you're right next to it, it's going to hit you pretty much every time it comes out of hit stun. And I, for one, don't know how to keep it hit stunned. There might be a way. Like, if you just, like, stagger your punches just right, you might be able to keep it indefinitely hit stunned, because that is a thing in some beat-em-ups, but I have not tested that sufficiently here to prove that. And there's also just times where you just don't hit them, and then bad things happen. Got him. Okay, I've used... Believe it or not, I've actually used less continues this time than I did in testing. That should tell you just how bad the amount of continues I used before was. But I actually know what I'm doing a little bit now, so it's a massive difference. And now we have our next boss shown to us. That guy's gonna be a lot more of a problem. Like, he's the first one where I actually started having serious, actual boss level problems. Like, the stages, as far as stage 1 and 2 go, were way more dangerous than the bosses. And I think that's just because I'm like, horrifically inefficient in how I fight. Watch out for the fire from the gas station, by the way. It will cook you. Except apparently in that one specific spot, so that was interesting. I didn't even do that on purpose. I just ended up standing in the right spot. There it is. Oh, you got a free hit on me, though. Yeah, unfortunately, the attack speed on this form is slow enough that you do run into a bit of trouble. Oh, okay. They were telling the truth. You do get additional moves with these forms. So that's why you would want to stay in them, then, rather than just dipping in and out. Okay. Yeah, that is way more effective. What's this one do? Just keep an eye on that change timer. Okay, that's double projectiles. So maybe the other forms are good, and they just need the right power-up to be better, then. Let's hop out of this form, though, so we don't burn the entire timer on it. Okay, we still have the sword, so I wonder if it carries over from form to form. God damn it, game. I'm trying to learn a thing here. That really is a very short idle timer, huh? God damn. Not the one I wanted. Okay, they ran away. Oh, one of them ran away. Yeah, that's why we don't use that form. Not that our fists are that much better, but at least we get some hits in. And those paying attention will notice they are doing 2 hits worth of health per hit. Which, you know, they are hitting me with a sword. It's kind of reasonable that they do that, but this is where you also start running into a lot of trouble because they start spamming these samurai everywhere. If I knew how to actually destroy their swords consistently, I would be doing it immediately. But unfortunately, I have yet to figure that one out completely. It just kind of happens sometimes. Oh yeah, those statues shoot lasers, by the way. There we go, get our heal. Break that statue. Ow. Yeah, they just attack with just the right amount of speed that you're just kind of SOL, because there's not a block button that I've been able to find either, and pressing back just turns you around, so it's not like it's one of those press back to block situations either. And in case... Hang on. I hit the wrong button because you would think start would be the menu button, but it's select. In case anybody thinks I'm missing buttons, gee, tell me, where's the buttons I'm missing? Because they're in any. It's honestly a little silly in that regard, but it, you know, it was a Neo Geo game. Neo Geo didn't have that many buttons, so. I am a little surprised that there's not even a run, but if I remember right, SNK didn't do a lot of fighters with running. Or at least not a lot of beat-em-ups with running. Like, they definitely did a lot of work in that genre, but I don't remember a lot of them allowing you to run. Those guys just left. I don't really know why. Oh, and then this jerk's here again. Okay, broke his sword. Now, God, why are they in that order? I swear the samurai form was second in line when I was testing this. Oh, wait, no. It's because I lost the wolf form on purpose. Yeah, and I just get screwed now because of timing. I think, actually, this is... No, this does work. I just had to stop getting immediately hit before I had a chance to do the thing. And then we can use the power-up from him to delete the other one. Okay, so yeah, that is exactly how I'm supposed to handle these things then. Okay. We're learning. It's almost like if you use the tools at your disposal, things go a lot better. Okay, I still have my power-up, so just delete as much as I can before power-up runs out. I could fight with honor, but why fight with honor when I can stab that man in the back? Oh, neat. Lightning. Oh, time's up. Get out of that form. We were gonna lose it otherwise. Don't know if I still have... Oh, that's what the yellow power-up does for that one. So the yellow power-up for the ninja gives him a shadow clone that attacks in the opposite direction. Okay. How about this one? Okay, that just throws those. God damn it, game. Literally give me 5 seconds to figure things out, rather than immediately pushing me forward. Oh, not getting that power up. These wave attacks are at least somewhat useful. Probably want a different form for fighting these, though. Nah, no amount of reach is stopping those kicks. No, I'll keep this sword. I like this sword better in this form. But what if... Oh, wow, he just throws himself. Okay, you know what? These forms are getting way better. Now that we're actually using power-ups, these forms are getting way better. Boss fight time. Unfortunately, by the time he appears, I think we're gonna run out of power-up. Yep, okay. So, switch... But we'll do a fair and reasonable sword fight. And by fair and reasonable, I mean absolutely I'm gonna cheat if I can. Nope, he got me that time. This is already going far better than it did in testing. But I also know how he works a little bit better. He likes to sneak range attacks out at you occasionally. Oh, actually, I could have kept him locked there because he kept trying to continue his jump. I just needed to have gotten the timing. Nope, couldn't reach. Get back here. Damn you, coward! Hiya! I really thought he was gonna die there, that's why I just went ahead and kicked him. Yeah, and that's the danger to transforming, is you are unable to move for the entire time you're flashing, I'm pretty sure. Because I was trying to attack and just wouldn't let me. And he died off screen. Okay, so I was right thinking he was almost dead, just not as almost as I thought. That's a shame. Stage 4, where I stopped. So I didn't actually fight this boss yet. Let's see how this goes. It's worth noting, I also don't know how many stages this game is. I know that on how long to beat, each of these games was like an hour and a half to an hour. I think the third game was 2 hours. But I don't know if that's because of them playing the original versions where you had to restart because of running out of continues or anything. So it may be shorter than that. Of course that power-up goddamn left. And that's the thing. I guess I should grab the power-up and then transform rather than trying to transform first. But I keep mistaking these things for things that'll actually stick around for more than a half a second. Yeah, I had no hope of actually using that power-up there because of positioning. No more sword for you. Oh, samurai time again. Finish spawning in so that I may bully you with ranged attacks. Hep, 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 hep. Yeah, you can tell they definitely have these guys do long entrance animations and such on purpose so that you don't just abuse transformation powers entirely. Like, obviously, we're still getting to abuse our transformations a bit. Oh yeah, they're doing the thing where bosses start showing up as regular enemies, by the way. Hope you're ready for that idea. Lightning! I would like to... There we go. I'd like to get to keep moving. Game, that's not my fault. You didn't let me move. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Okay, we only got a couple lightning bolts in, but that's still better than when I tested this fight. This fight specifically is where I stopped. I did this fight and then he said, okay, we're gonna set up to start the game now. You can either jump kick those little things or do what I'm doing here and just use the sword. I think jump kicking actually ended up being a little more effective when I tested that first. Oh, good. Oh, never mind. I really thought that was gonna last longer. Huh. Snap. That couldn't have gone better if I tried. Come on, spawn your stuff so I can kill it. Pep, 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 pep. Pep, 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 pep. I'll never stop laughing at these guys just rolling up in towers. They just stack up as they think that's effective. Don't lick that. You don't know where it's been. Or more accurately, you don't know who it's been in, probably. I don't know why that guy just kept rolling, but you know what? It was fine by me. Alright, new territory. What? No. No, 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 no. Unacceptable, whatever this is. I guess I must have forced a phase change at least, because it changed color? Okay, the hand is a separate entity. Okay. The hand is also a much weaker entity. You know, somehow that makes sense. Now, I will say, I am worried about the end of the game, because we may run into one of those funny SNK endings where if I have to use a continue, we just auto-lose. I believe they're the company that love to do that in their games. Yeah, I had a feeling I was in a bad spot for that, but I should have just backed out and then stepped back in. But I felt like if I stepped back, he was going to hit me anyway. So I kind of put myself in an awkward lock there. Hello again, ladies. Goodbye. Needed a recharge on that power-up, otherwise we were going to lose it. And trying to chase this lot around would not have been fun. Come on, land so you can die. There we go. Keep half an eye on that transformation timer, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. Yeah, I know, game. You want me to move. I'm transforming first. Oh. This is bad. Basically 3 bosses at once here, because it's 2 forms of the first boss and then... and a yellow version of the second boss. 1 down, 2 down. 3 down. Okay, not too bad. They're thankfully not as durable, so it's not really terrible. Oh, okay, this throws buzzsaws. Not very strong buzzsaws from the looks of it. Fireball. Bark, bark, fireball. Oh, that's a funny thing, by the way. If an enemy deflects a projectile, it'll actually hurt its friends with those deflected projectiles if they don't also deflect it. So that can actually be very useful to you, depending on the situation. Running out of transformation time, so let's go ahead and swap. This is an awkward position to be frozen in. Eat projectile spam! Off the screen with you! Anyway. I suppose you should let him back on screen. Yeah, he has the range advantage normally, so, I did the right thing by cheesing out a chunk of his health. Oh, and he can deal with jump kicks as well. Upsetting. Just adjusting my position before I respawned myself. Okay, I see what happened there. Oh, he has a charge too. Okay. Even though it may have seemed like I had plenty of time to react to that, I really didn't. Nice. I have to imagine you have to get real good in order to 1 credit clear this. Or either real good or really memorized. One of the two. Probably both. Oh, it's gonna be a triple fight with this next one, huh? No, and they're all slightly different. Because their eyes are a bit different, and of course they all have the counting dots, too. Ordinarily, if you just turn back and forth and attack, those guys get dealt with, but I think I was just, like, either right off the timing or slightly out of position. Of course, he kicked me and ran again. And I do appreciate that they push the orbs onto the screen instead of having to chase after them if they go off screen or anything, or just accepting that they're gone. Because boy, oh boy, is that frustrating when your power-up just goes off the edge of the screen, and it's just like, nope, you don't get that now. Yep. So technically, we would have lost a second time here. Like, I guess the regular continue count, you know, the regular times it says continue up there is technically a separate set of lives, and then the actual, like, name input is where you're using a more significant continue in this version of it. Yeah, I just could not win that one. He just kept constantly attacking, so there just really isn't anything you can do other than just trade blows, I guess. Maybe, like, the dog form spin attacks might have worked? I don't know. Good lightning bolt. I did not actually mean to be in this form because the amount of time it takes for those lightning bolts to actually go out is not great. What does this one do again? Oh, at this point, nothing. That couldn't have gone better if I tried. This, however, is going to be an issue. Thankfully, 2 out of 3 ran away. Got him. Okay. Wasn't the ideal scenario, but you know what? We take those. Oh, we got fancy guys now. Give me that orb, because I might need it. Okay, very good. I'm much more concerned about the guy running up to stab me. Get out of that form before we lose it. And yeah, that life was over. That was pretty much a given with 1 hit point against those swordsmen. Because you can't even, like, sneak over their attack or anything. You really just have no recourse if they're attacking. Other than to wait, but... Oh, nope. It isn't unlimited continues. It's just a lot of them, I guess. Interesting. Well, guess we're starting over and trying again. Gonna just have to be way more careful than I was then. But at least we learned how to use the power-ups a bit better now. So that should make a pretty big difference, actually. Alright, we don't have any other forms yet. Give me the purple sword. I'm kind of glad, though, that I'm not going to be able to just abuse infinite continues to get through this. Though I am now very worried about even getting through any of these with a limited quantity of continues, even if it's a decent amount. There we go, free the old man, get our first bit of boosted power. Okay, you keep the swords with that at magic, but you can't keep it with the other one. Weird. That was odd. I guess they were just low enough that the projectile went over them, question mark? Because that definitely was lined up, like, right on them, and it just zipped right past them. Having so much more trouble with these little gremlin dudes than I did in testing ever. Like, usually they were just a free E-power-up, like, every time. Okay, magic. Can I get through without using a continue on this stage at all? The answer may surprise you in that it's probably not, but I can get closer. Thank you for doing all of your pageantry and wasting my power-up. Oh, speaking of wasting a power-up. That was a perfectly good sword you didn't allow me to get, video game. If I'd known he was gonna die from that hit, I would have stepped away from the circle, but I didn't really have a great choice there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, go ahead and block. Go ahead and block and ruin all your friends. How did none of that hit them? Like, it's a spread shot that still didn't hit those guys. Fascinating. For all that we've gained a benefit in learning this, I feel like it comes with its own drawbacks. It does, however, mean that I'm not going to get bullied by the swordsman as badly. You know, except for the times when we just have one that just perfect parries everything. We're still doing better, though. Every time we're doing a little bit better. Oh, hang on. Why is Discord broken? Why are you not functioning? Streamer mode is just, like, completely shit the bed as far as automatically turning on for some reason the last 2 days. So frustrating. Like, can people just stop breaking every program that's ever been made for just a few days? Is that too much to ask? And, like, I can't even say that Discord didn't acknowledge that OBS was open, because it did. It, in fact, acknowledged it in ways it normally didn't do. And yet, somehow it was still not convinced that I was streaming? I may have to, like, reconnect it or something. Because things just love to shed their connections randomly sometimes. Either way, it's very annoying. It actively impedes me doing my job when other people don't do their job correctly. Okay. Now the big 4 orange ninjas. I don't think these guys have range attacks. I kept thinking they were going to, and I think that's what caused me to get my shit pushed in by them last time. Is I just assumed they were gonna have ranged attacks. I was considering transforming there, but I wasn't gonna have time to switch to the one I wanted. Okay, I have you up front right now. That's perfect. Pew, 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 pew. There we go. Now we have the ninja. Now it's gonna be harder to get into this form when I want to. I'm gonna reset my transformation while he's running over. Nope, not that one. God damn it, game. There we go. Oh yeah, that's what he does when you let him actually do stuff, by the way, is he'll do ranged attacks and nonsense. I highly recommend against letting him do things. It doesn't end well for you. Okay, this transformation plan may not actually pan out. Oh, we did do more damage that way. But I die by default because of the delay on transforming. Because I needed to transform back or I was going to lose that form probably before this fight ended. So instead I just threw a life away. I think I'm better off not transforming for that fight if I have to come back to it. And just get him, like, in good positioning instead. It's so we can just kick loop him like we did the second form. I'm just gonna start skipping those since we've seen them already. I swear they get smarter as the game progresses. They may not necessarily all get stronger, but I'm pretty sure they're getting smarter. It's like they don't just charge aggressively straight into you with the ninjas anymore. course the sword had to disappear right there. Of course it did. What kind of hitbox does that guy have? Okay. Kick those spearmen, kick those spearmen, kick that guy. Punch that guy, I guess. It's a good thing we can just leap into those spearmen and they don't have the sense to just lift their spears up slightly and ruin my whole day. There we go, got you in the loop. And just get rid of your head. Very good. Like, that gets hyped up like that's gonna be a whole thing, and then I just bully them in the corner. There we go, moved fast enough that time that it worked out. Very good, very good. I was gonna say, apparently those are just missing him entirely, so that's wonderful. Isn't it so much easier when you actually use your tools appropriately? Look at this. Look at how much smoother this round is going. We're just flying through this stage. Time's up. Just keep flailing, just keep flailing. I'm just gonna win anyway. There we go. Things that shouldn't work for 500. That. That was where it gets dicey. Oh, God damn it. They rushed me at exactly the right time, so I just panicked out of the cycling. Which I'm assuming is exactly why they have that charge, is so that when you're in a position like that, they can try to get a free hit on you. Clever of them to be sneaking around like that. And that was out of time again already? That was quick. Son of a bitch. I really don't like the speed at which those rollers show up. That's about my only real complaint here, I think. Is you can't set up for a fight for even a half a second. You just have to be constantly moving forward or you're just gonna lose a life arbitrarily. All I wanted to do was switch forms one time before the fight started, so that I didn't have to spam all the buttons to try to have a prayer of getting to the form I wanted. Which obviously that would be significantly easier in two-player mode, because one person moves forward and triggers the fight, and the other one unswitches forms, basically. You know, you just cover each other, or basically. Like, at least they don't punish you for taking too long in a fight. They just punish you for existing with spam and ranged attacks sometimes. Oh, of course, my forms are all out of order again now, because God forbid they be in the same order every time. So now this fight's gonna go so much worse. It's not like I was gonna have time to transform again, let's be real. Yeah, and he had, like, no health left, so that was mostly pointless. Like, your fancy animations are all well and good, game, but if they're causing you to have a worse gameplay experience, maybe you didn't need to have the fancy animation. There we go. Gonna have to transform out of that. Otherwise, we're just gonna lose that. Yeah, we were dead either way. Like, the range attacks may have saved me, but I would have just run out of transformation time by the time those two died, so I would have lost that form instead. And I know I haven't let that happen so that you guys know what I'm talking about with that, but just trust me when I say it's a problem. But now we're in a really awkward position here. Oh yeah, see, mid-transformation you can get hit, by the way. And somehow he can attack through my attack, but I can't attack him at all. This is why these samurai are just kind of god-awful to deal with. Oh, that was just in time for this boss fight, which is fine. This part's not too big a problem. But I'll be honest when I say I have lost count of how much we've died already, so I don't know if we're gonna make it. There we go, transformed. Like, if this form didn't have a ranged attack, we probably could just jump kick spam this to victory. But they're also faster than us, so you can't really, like, continually get spacing back in order to jump kick them over and over again. Like, I don't even think one of the other forms would be an improvement in that regard. Though it would be an improvement over the fact that we keep, like, 1 pixel missing attacks on this thing. Yeah, this thing's just eating lives for breakfast right now. It also doesn't help that there are times where I'll try to do something and it just does not let me do it. Like, there's just like a hair of delay. But I don't think it's delay because of it being the anthology version. I think it's like a case of there's just like... They expect you to be slightly more methodical in your movements than I do, so I can't actually do the rapid swapping movements that I would like to do. And now we're back up to Blue Boy. Turn the fan on because it is getting warm in here. Last thing I need is to go into a cooked brain mode trying to do something like this. I will just destroy my reaction time for anything. Wait for the fire to be gone. Okay. Not the one I wanted, and I got cheaped out too. And maybe it does hit a little harder at least. Yeah, see, you have iframes when you're summoning a sword, but you don't have iframes when you're transforming. It's weird. Like, if you just never had iframes, or you had iframes in both would be acceptable, but then it being indecisive makes it hard for you to, as a player, predict what your situation's gonna be when you do one or the other. So I guess the sword thing is technically involuntary, whereas the transformation is voluntary, so I guess there is a distinction there. Because you actively choose to transform, whereas if you touch an orb, you can get locked in that animation, and it would be a rather unfortunate way to take damage. But at the same time, the second you press the button to transform, you're also locked in that animation too, so the argument kind of goes either or on that one. So I don't know about that logic either. There was definitely a samurai on my screen when I pressed the button, and yet somehow I ended up in dog form and just getting destroyed. This is how we lose everything. All of our efforts are for naught, cause I wasn't even allowed to stand up. Like, I fully accept them having the range advantage, but them also doing 2 hits of health and attacking so fast is kind of bad. Like, I don't even have, like, a slide kick or anything that I can use to, like, bypass that attack or anything. The only real recourse we have is jump kicks, and we've proven that those are not a guaranteed solution to that situation. Son of a whore. I keep getting thrown off by the fact they're not in the order they were on the last attempt. This is working, though. But yeah, jump kicks are bad against these, but walking's not great either. This is another case of just like, what am I supposed to be doing here? Aside from, I guess, just waiting for them to shoot and then timing my jump, but if they desync, then you're in a rough spot anyway. Like, I'm doing everything in my power to figure out how I'm supposed to handle these things, to handle them better, but you'll notice I left the ground and died there, for example. I don't even know if jumping really is worthwhile against those range attacks unless you jump ahead of them throwing it, basically. Like, you seem to just have, like, for lack of a better way of putting it, a frame disadvantage on that, because it hits, like, just ahead of itself. Almost, or at least that's how it appears. And maybe that's just my eyes playing tricks on me. Which I will fully accept that as a possibility. But, you know, I can't exactly excuse the whole getting hit the second I stand up, the second I come out of iframes before I even have character control yet. Can't really do anything with that situation, you know? There we go. Sword beats Monk immediately. Sword sometimes beats other swordsmen, except in a situation, I guess, like where we were there, up against the corner, because he somehow doesn't get knocked back as far anymore suddenly. So he can just immediately keep attacking. Because you would think, with him in the corner, him getting knocked back less would make sense, but I'm in the corner, and somehow he's not going as far when I hit him. That doesn't make sense. What I'm trying to say is I have a very strong suspicion that we're cooked here. Like, I don't think we're getting anywhere right now. We did better and then just immediately started doing worse once we got to this point. And I'm sure to a certain degree that's partially me probably getting arrogant because of the fact that it started going smoother. Like, knowing me as me, I'm sure that's exactly what happened. Oh, you didn't die. I heard so many go off at once that I just assumed they all died. Turns out not all of them did. Oh, right. The timer doesn't refresh immediately. Use you instead, then. At least if I still have power left by the time he finishes his whole intro. have a bit. Not much, but I had a bit. Yeah, see, he has actually worse mobility when attacking than our basic form does. It's awful. Yep, great. We really have just used so many continues on just this stage. I was hoping that would hit. Got him. Okay. Thanks for eating my momentum there, game, so I couldn't jump to grab all of those. Love that for me. Oh, boy. Stage 4. But we were already having problems, so if the trend continues of us having trouble now, we are probably hosed. But when have I been known to give up? Now, I will say, if this goes too badly, I do have backups in mind. I have a couple other things, though they're not going to be easy either. This may very well be a day where we just get no clears. I just want to acknowledge that as a reality that could happen. Look at this shit. I'm just getting parried over and over again, and it's not like I can move out of that situation. If I take a step, he's just going to keep swinging, so you just lose. Like, what are you supposed to do there? I genuinely don't understand what the game expects from you when you end up in a scenario like that. Aside from just, you lose. It's like, they're even dangerous without their sword, so I can't even be like, oh yeah, you're probably just meant to break their sword consistently. You still lose. It's just rough all around. There we go. Use a decent bit of it and then grab the replacement. Buy us as much time with this power as possible. And, like, it might end up being that one of the sequels ends up being a little bit more reasonable to get through. Like, this may just be suffering from first game syndrome or something, where they just didn't fully make it work well. I'm willing to accept that as a possibility. Lightning worked out well against this, so we'll do this. Just keep spamming, just keep spamming, just keep spamming. Okay. I'll let all those orbs fly away. That's the unfortunate thing, is you're still fighting the enemy while those orbs are around. So you're more than often not trading getting hit to try to get a hit back. And it's just like, but why would you at that point? I also don't know why that thing even exists. It shows up, gets hit once, and then dies. Oh, right, you're gonna waste my time having the castle float in. You know, I'm kind of glad I died there because I was about to run out of ninja time. Yeah, you know what, sure, you have hit priority, why not? That moment where an idea goes from seeming like a neat idea to maybe this was a mistake. Like, this may genuinely turn into I have to spend most of the... Oh, right, you have no fucking time still. And your timer still hasn't recharged. How did they get their timers back then? Because it always seemed like they were getting it back immediately, but apparently that's not the case. Huh. So while I had my back to the hand, all it was doing is scratching my back. The second I turned to face it, I didn't even move. It hit me. Fascinating. Discord, why is there still just a random thing stuck? That is exactly the notification I just clicked on, Discord. Why are you still there? I'll give you a hint. This Discord's a garbage program at this point. They've done so much damage how it functions, apparently. Like, I don't want this to be a grumpy day, but boy oh boy, are things apparently conspiring to make this a grumpy day. 'Cause we had other technical problems before we started, in case people are wondering why there was extra technology-based anger already. And it was nothing important. It was just all shit not doing what it was supposed to, just because more than likely somebody updated something they shouldn't have, and it ended up more jank than it needed to be, because they insist on breaking what isn't broken. And I can't even say, oh, I just shouldn't have updated. No, these are things that automatically updated without any consent given, and then became worse programs as a result of it. So it's just like, well, what the fuck do you do at that point? Because not everything allows you to turn their auto-updater off.
Let me in. Let me in.
Hey there, Keld. How's it going? Okay, that was a bit smoother. We're not completely out of this one yet, but oh boy. Oh wow, that one went first this time? Interesting. Keep them locked. Okay. Yeah, now our transformation times have reset. I still not entirely clear on that. I thought I understood it, and then I apparently was wildly wrong. And apparently this was the most competent batch of these little bastards, because they all parried every shot. Man, I wish I had better mobility. That would change this game so much if I just had like a little bit more mobility, so I could more confidently just step out of bad situations like that. But they move at the same speed, if not faster, as I do, so situations like that will just happen. I try to step away and I just get bounced off the wall and murdered. Like, you just don't have recourse in a lot of these situations other than just to attack and hope for the best. Get bullied, get bullied, get bullied, get bullied, get bullied. Yeah, I could hear him not getting hit anymore. That's why I stopped firing for a second. Basically give him a chance to land back on screen so we can actually tell that we can hit him. Nice. We actually flawlessed that thanks to having any projectiles available at that point. So that helps a lot, actually. Is when we fought him the first time, we lost a couple lives to him. And I'll let this scene play because we haven't seen this boss yet. Oh wait, we did see this one. We died here, right? For some reason I thought we died out completely against that guy. But that's right, we got here, survived for a little bit, and then died. Why are they outranging me so consistently now? Like, usually, even if I just swing wildly like that, those guys get taken out. But for some reason there, they just got through every punch. I don't understand. Like, it has to be just, like, the tiniest bit of timing difference. Yep, those guys have health, right? Oh, right, because these are the range spammy ones that also have health for some reason. We learned that this guy just outranges him, so we can just do this. Come on. There you go. Give me that. I'm gonna need it. Back to right. God damn it, game! The amount of needless delay is so painful. Because I was trying to preserve transformation time, which is why I swapped out of the transformation. Figuring, oh yeah, it's only been there for a second. It'll still be there when he comes out of the animation. Nope, gone. So we just wasted a really good power-up. But it'll be okay. It'll have to be okay. But of course, God forbid, why would the player have iframes ever? Or when you actually would want them. Nope, fuck you and your sword. Now I have a sword. He was attacking before we even finished the clash. Come on now. That's cheating. That's just dirty pool. Just swimming in a pool of his own piss. That pool is so dirty. Okay. Oh, another one of you, huh? Okay. Thankfully, the samurai just ran off. These guys are going to be an issue, though, because they got range, and as we learned last time, they attack pretty much constantly if they feel like attacking. Okay, our jump kick can outrange them, but it's very finicky about it. So that's good. Wait, why do these guys only do... What? Why do those guys only do one hit of damage, whereas all the other guys with swords do two? I'm not sure this game understands what consistency means. And please, we don't need to do this. You don't need to try to shank me. Apparently she has decided she needs to shank me, and it didn't go well for her. Very good, very good. Get a fresh power-up. Except they just contact damaged, I guess? Because I didn't see either of them swing. Huh. Well, there went that plan. That's right, you get out of here. Oh, good. The more advanced form of you just shows up in the same stage you showed up in already. Okay. I guess we can do that. Time out. Time in. How did I fall down the trapdoor that I wasn't even standing on? Thank you for parrying and killing your friend. Okay. Banking on the parry bounce did not work out nearly that well that time. God, I hate the way my form order isn't always in the same order. There we go. I really expected the lightning to be a 2-shot against those, but apparently it's a 3. Really? The amount of times I've been robbed away from my power-ups. Oh, now I have to fight 2 of you, huh? Okay. So wait, you're not wearing purple though. Are you the bosses, or are you just also here and trying to kill me? And very similarly designed. Like, was that supposed to be like some kind of fake out where it's like, oh, I'm in danger, help me, and then they stab me? Also, once again, foiled by the transformation animation, because God forbid I have nice things. Or in this case, nice things like being allowed to move. You know, doesn't matter if you made contact with the orb. No, you have to very specifically touch it the right way. I gotta love that all of these problems crop up after half the game. Like, I tested up to stage 4, like I said, figuring, yeah, by stage 4 I should have had all these problems. And, no, I had very minimal problems up till that point, and then the garbage apparently was waiting right after that. I should know better, though. I should know better. Beat-em-ups and SNK beat-em-ups in particular really love to put all the murder in the last, like, stage and a half, so that you have no hope of finishing it without expending a lot. Of course, as people may or may not have caught when I was talking about it earlier in this session, I also was under the mistaken impression that this had infinite continues, which it does not. So, no matter how garbage the situation was, it would have been doable with unlimited continues. It is not so doable without it. So we may end up just moving on to the second game and see if it goes any better. Or after this attempt, just so we're not spending too much time not accomplishing anything. But we may very well end up not accomplishing much more in the second one. Depends on how much the second one changes compared to the first one. Like, I do appreciate that your idle animation changes as you take damage and things like that. They did very well on their sprite work and everything. Just, God, I really wish they didn't go full ball twister. I think that's kind of the main point I'm trying to get at here. Like, I fully expected to get my ass kicked. I just didn't expect it to be this far. I need it because apparently I've lost 2 lives already. By the time this thing finishes summoning, yep, of course. And we don't have the swordsman to beat this guy yet. Okay. And I still am not allowed to get that power-up, though. Like, it's very hard to position him in such a way that you don't just immediately get warped up here. So why even have him drop a power-up? Like, that's a genuine, like, I don't understand why situation there. Not even a, I'm complaining, I don't understand. Which, there is a difference, but in this particular case, that is genuinely I'm very confused by this decision. I would like to be able to participate, game. Could I just, you know, get to play the game at all? Or are you just gonna have this guy do invincible wall of sword and I just lose? Like, it's almost like you have to just walk through that guy with iframes in order to have anything you can do sometimes. Maybe I'm being stupid. There's always a world where I'm just stupid and I'm missing something here. But that really does seem to genuinely be the way some of this plays out. Is obvious logic would have you get inside the guard of somebody using a sword if you don't have something of similar or length. And even if you have something of similar length, if you can use it in close quarters better than they can, you still have an advantage at that point. But that usually involves you being able to move well enough to make something like that happen. And this guy moves like he doesn't know what knees are, so... Unfortunately, we don't exactly have mobility to try to capitalize on positioning or anything as much as we could. And that's one of the things I'm wondering if does actually change in the sequels. Do we get better movement? The answer to that is honestly probably not that much. Because this isn't a genre where they change things like that too much too quickly. But maybe we'll get lucky. But as it stands, with the fact that we've lost this much already, I don't have much faith in this attempt. And I know I said that last time we got actually further, but we still lost the last one, so the point does kind of remain a little bit. Okay, this does work. Like, logic would have it that having greater reach would work against these guys. I just wasn't 100% sold on that just because of attack speed potential. Perfect. Okay. That went a lot better, so maybe we're not completely done for here. Now, I will say, I am probably going to have similar complaints on occasion with some of the other things I have lined up today. Even not counting the Sengoku trilogy. So, bear in mind, there is going to be a bit of salt must flow involved with today's intentions. But I feel like anybody that's been here when I've tried to clear anything or clear multiple things probably is used to the fact there's a bit of salt involved in all of those. Because just, unfortunately, a lot of games have decisions that I disagree with, especially when trying to get through them quickly. Waiting all those animations and such out is a perfect time to take a drink, at least. I really do feel like this game does devolve down to a bit of a rock, paper, scissors of weapons having certain advantages over certain enemies. And it's probably going to predominantly come down to you just have to know all of that or know a specific weapon well enough to really take advantage of it. Or, you know, its variant in a form, etc. And that ends up being like the ideal way to get through this game. But considering today's the first time I'm playing this, I don't anticipate us reaching that level of knowledge today, not without spending the whole day on just this game. This might end up turning into one of those where I have to come back to this in the future in order to achieve this goal, and that's fine. Because, like, at least we've got some of these bosses figured out. Like that one, you just get them turned around and then just pummel them in the corner and it's over. And it is really cool how they can do things like these parries and such that I was talking about. As much as they aggravate me when they're doing it at a time where it inconveniences me, it is neat that they actually coded that in. Like, I love nonsense like that, but it does have this unfortunate issue of biting me in the ass fairly frequently, including situations like that where I transform to fight something and I just get stabbed before I'm allowed to play the game. So it just didn't matter. And I know, I took a risk doing that with only 2 health left as they were coming in. But it really does suck that the second you see the enemy on screen, your transformation takes long enough that they can close the gap and hit you before you finish that animation. Like, not every transformation needs to be goddamn Dragon Ball levels of take multiple episodes to do the goddamn thing. Especially when half the fights in this game end up devolving into exactly what I'm doing here, which is just cheese the enemy to death anyway. Switch out of ninja so it doesn't run out of juice. Okay, well, this is going a little smoother again, so maybe it's just gonna be a situation where I do worse in some places than better in places I've done worse in before. Which is almost always how these things play out for me, is I do not have the power of consistency on my side. That is just not in my nature to have that power of consistency as far as gameplay goes. So I have to just make do with stubbornness and creativity. Though the creativity can be lacking at times, I freely admit. Like right now, I am running out of creative methods for dealing with problems here. Yeah, I know. Attention, time up. Attention, time up. Really, you attacked faster than I did, even though clearly my animation had started before you made contact. Sure thing, game. Sure thing, bud. And I should have just kicked him to death to begin with. Right that way. Ah. Just let those guys leave. Trying to fight them is a waste of time and health, proven. Alright. Dog form for this fight. You know, if I don't just get hit out of the air before my input takes effect, because God forbid I get priority on anything. Priority isn't a concept if it's the player. Do. Case in point there, I just get parried and stabbed. Parried and stabbed. Doesn't matter. Is you just straight up cannot attack as fast as they can, so they just have the advantage constantly. And I'm sure there's probably like a specific timing you might be able to do to get them, but they attack without even being near you so often that I feel like you'd get parried anyway. I don't know. And maybe I've just developed too much of a distrust for how this game works already for that to really work. Because, like, as you can see, if you have a weapon in regular form, you can actually do them in just fine, because you attack faster in regular form than you do in samurai form. But you don't always have a weapon in regular form, so sometimes you need samurai form just to have a weapon. So obviously we've proven that sometimes you're better off without a weapon against these guys, too. Case in point there, where I at least was able to juggle him a bit. And if you get in on them with invincibility, obviously, you're fine. You really do take a long time to land, you know that? So anyway, how's everybody doing today? While I just kick a presumably shrine maiden into a corner repeatedly. There we go, she's exploding and turning into a horrible monster now. Ow. Somehow I'm sure somebody out there knows this game well enough and is just very upset about everything I'm doing here. Because I'm probably just doing everything wrong. And I say that not because it's me, but because I would be winning if I wasn't doing at least something wrong. Presumably. So... I agree, you are annoying. And I have to assume that those gems at the boss fights are designed so that both players can get some of them, because it really seems highly unlikely one person would ever be able to grab all of them. Yeah, the amount of death and damage we've taken before we even got to stage 3 really doesn't feel great. And I'm betting there is probably like a layer of strategy to just saving in your gems. Like, if you get 9 gems while you're at full health, don't grab the 10th one, and things like that probably are a thing people do. If people even play this game that much. Did anybody else see my sword go through his head? Because I certainly saw it. And yet, he somehow hit me without taking damage from my attack. Yep. Love being allowed to stand up. Wish I knew how that felt. Do 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 do. Get back here. Oh, you did a short hop that time. Of course you did. Look at this guy. He just keeps running right back off the same side of the screen. He doesn't even switch sides like they usually do. Why do those have the same exact sprite and yet die in like 2 hits? I guess that's how you can tell the ones that would run off the screen from those that don't. Is the ones that would run off screen have like 2 hits of health, and then the other ones are, as you see here, just an absolute bag of health that just will not die. The worst part is we were about to get healed there. So now when I kill the one that has the healing, which I can't tell them apart in any meaningful way, we're gonna end up not getting any health out of it. Doesn't even give me a life if I'm at full health. Ow. back here. Okay, that went way better at least. You know, I wonder if losing a life means your count of gems stops, because I swear we've picked up enough to have gotten health pip a couple times while we had a missing health point, and I didn't get anything. But we've also died multiple times within those spans that I'm thinking of. So that's why I'm just assuming that that's the case, is that if you die, you lose what you picked up. Because you do lose your active power-up when you die, so it makes sense. I think actually going for that item was a mistake there. I should have capitalized on the fact that I was so close and just punched him. Because I probably could have punched him out before he had a chance to get a swing in. But based on the fact we're about to lose another continue here, yeah, we're in trouble. Should have switched back instead of doing it with the swordsman for the second part here. At least I got the power up. Didn't get robbed of it this time. Now the power wore off. I was setting up to blast both of them, and then lo and behold, no more blasting. Huh. Problem. There we go. Got the power up this time on the way up. Not that it's gonna matter, because one of them is just gonna punch me in the back of the head and I'm gonna die anyway. Or, you know, kick me from a slightly lower plane of existence, which totally counts for them hitting me, but doesn't let me hit them. I wish those powers worked in my favor. And maybe there's a way to make them work in my favor, but I have yet to figure that out. This is the closest to cheese powers I really have, is just hurling an endless series of orbs in their general direction. Okay, we did at least make it to the boss here in relatively solid shape here. Just depends on if I'm gonna still... Nope, my buff wore off at the worst possible time. Yeah, I know. Time's up. Yep. Glad I got to have any input there, game. Get counter-cheesed, nerd. Ah, I almost had him. God, he has a lot of health, though. Like, every time I hit him, I'm like, okay, he's gonna die now. Nope, still not dead. He's gonna die now. Nope. Of course he dies off screen again. What is with this guy and dying off screen? There we go, we got all the orbs because we kicked him off screen, though. So you know what? Maybe that's the play. Maybe we push a boss off screen when we know they're gonna die, so I get more of the orbs. Not that they give you enough to get health back from them anyway, but they give you a lot of orbs. I'd rather have dual swords. Like, to my eyes, the katana's really, like, the worst of the power-ups for human form. So as you can see, sometimes the dual blades don't really work out great. I would love to know why he refused to turn around. I was definitely mashing to the right. Like, obviously, I mashed attack a lot, and it may just be that it just happened to have input priority over turning every time there. But the intent was to turn and keep attacking, which is why I was mashing attack. It should have worked. But it just didn't take. I would have rather keep the other attack, but I knew it was going to wear off soon. So I'd rather switch to this one and just keep the bully train rolling for as far as we can. It's the only way we're really going to make headway. So you're telling me I wasn't able to reach that other power-up, even though it was very clearly supposed to be on the same plane of existence as the other one? Who thought this was a good idea to have tiny enemies you can't hit? Like, and I swear when I tested this, jump kicking was working great against these guys while they were on the ground for some reason. Now it's just not working. Like, maybe I just conveniently caught them as they jumped, but it didn't really look like they were jumping yet. Now I'm just getting screw jobbed here. I guess dog form probably would be the play here then? Like, to be low enough to the ground to guaranteed hit them? I don't know. Yep, sure, just don't jump when I tell you to jump. I guess maybe when he slams there's enough of a quake that it takes inputs away? Question mark? No sword for you. Okay, that worked at least. There is a magic spacing that defeats the samurais. Just setting that up with any consistency is probably not going to be something I am going to be any good at doing. Of course. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we're like a full continuous short at least from where we normally were at this point. Yeah, we're apparently not so far down though that we lost there at least. And at least we managed to grab the power up. There we go, catch them both in the shots. Much better. That cleans that up way better. Doing some things right, at least. Just some things also horribly wrong. I don't know why those two just stayed in shell form like the whole time. They just kept on sitting there and spinning around. All of that, and I still didn't get a health point back. I really must be miscounting somewhere. I feel like I picked up 10 orbs a couple times here. surprised I got through that just fine. Okay, yeah, there we go. Finally got 1 hit point. Good God. All of that. I will admit I'm reasonably proud of having pulled through that situation without getting hit. Yeah, I know, the power-up's wearing off. It's fine, just keep swinging. Okay, managed to have just enough time. I risked it pretty heavily there, but it worked out. And immediately had all of that hard work ruined by the fact that the game didn't take my input to turn around. It's an honorable duel, don't get involved. Okay, now it's your turn. Would have really rather kept the other sword, but you know what? We got through him. It's a shame I can't just knock him off his horse here. Like, skip the speech, blast him in the face immediately. Come on, let me get some shots off. Okay, out of juice. Oh, this still didn't get its time back. Well, doesn't matter. Anyway, this is happening. I think I found a break in his AI. He's convinced he needs to jump back onto the screen from that position, so he just kept trying to come back in over and over again. So you could just keep knocking him back just off screen so that he would keep trying to jump back in again. Well, we made it just as far, somehow. There was a couple wild turnarounds that happened to make that happen. In fact, I think we actually have basically the same amount of lives left somehow. And I don't know how. That math ain't mathin', but I'll take it. Unless it is what I suspected and it actually is infinite up till this point, which would be funny. This might be final stage and then it's one of those, hey, if you have to continue on the final stage, you just lose scenarios. But I find it more likely that I just keep conveniently running out of continues here. It would just be very funny if they did actually have it be a scenario like that. Like, no matter how frustrated I am with that, it would be very funny. No, I don't want this form with this attack. I want this one. So I'm not gonna have enough time to really utilize this heavily, but it'll be better than nothing. Yeah, I don't know why I even bothered. I keep making that same mistake. Because I think it'll help me, and then all it does is make things worse. And once again, screwed by the transformation animation. But I didn't have a choice. Just trying to use the regular katana there was just gonna mean I lost that fight. I'd almost certainly. We have had a very poor track record using the katana against those guys. Especially 3 of them. Nope, didn't push him back far enough. No, see, they are at the other end of the screen, and still they can get there before you finish transforming. Come on. There he goes. No, no, come on. Give. Throw many men at angry lady. There we go. Yeah, see, how is it... That must be a different one, because they're dead on one screen, and then they reappear over there. So there must be more than one of them. Okay. I think I have enough power left to cheese this guy too. Good, good. But I think now he wins because I have to transform. Yeah. Because I was losing that transformation anyway. We actually had a continue left? Okay, hang on. A concept? A concept? We might not be out of the woods yet. And I know that's usually intended in the opposite connotation, but right now it's a good thing. There's still a chance for hope. Hope is defeated by big fat men with its swords, apparently, though. Who have no hitbox to speak of, apparently, because he was bobbing up and down next to me, and all of those hits missed him. What the fuck? Like, I've wasted my entire set of iframes figuring, oh yeah, one of these punches will land. Nope. There he is again, standing on my head, but unhittable. Wasting all of this advantage I had because these guys are just cheating now. There's nothing else to call that other than cheating. And damn right I'm gonna complain about other people cheating when I'm cheating. Because right now, cheating is my bit. It's only funny when I do it. You little shit. This is officially the same distance we've made it before as far as getting decently far. Problem is, we're in a real bad spot with them being on either side of us. We need them both on the same side at the very least. One down, two down. Okay. Our transformations have recharged, so just use that. There's still a lady over there. There we go. Magic. Okay, I think this is officially the furthest we've gotten. Ironically enough, from worst to furthest. Or was it these two that we died to? Either way. Oh, that's a full heal. Really wish that full heal had happened way earlier in the stage, but I guess it's there at least. Okay, okay. I know I'm about to run out of ninja time. It's okay. Just keep firing. Oh, hey. I got an immediate replacement ninja. So that's convenient. Just do that again, then. More of you? Jesus. How many of these ladies are around here? Good lord. There's just an infinite supply of handmaidens of death around here. Man, I wish my arms were as long as yours, ladies. Goddamn. Like, they outrange us with every move they make, and they're faster. That's just like a running theme with this game, is everything's faster and got better reach than you do. Like, if I could manually spin kick, that would actually be, like, a huge boon for this game, I think. Just because that has more reach than our punches. And it would give me something with any kind of reach to use. This is fine. Chose the wrong time to transform, though, because I didn't anticipate them dropping enemies on my head, which I should really anticipate at this point, because they love to do that. Okay, those were running ones, but still better that I kept them off me regardless. Transform out because they're going to be faster than Samurai is, so we would be at a disadvantage there. Now I have the reach. And we're dead. Game over. We got our furthest, though. 2 hours, and we still didn't get past stage 5. But we got further into stage 5. Okay, let's try the other game. Also, take note that there is a load and save. I don't think that it resets your continues or anything, though. But if we were in a situation where I got there with a lot of lives left, I probably could save and then be able to keep repeating from that position. But I have accepted that the first game's beaten me. 2 hours and all that? Nah. I don't feel like I meaningfully learned. So we're gonna see if this one's better. The time of Sengoku. It's the weak becoming the victims of the strong. It began when a monarch got evil power and things happened. There was hope for those who had everything taken away. A princess looked into the future and predicted an evil monarch would be born, and she knew that a strong soldier would appear in the future. The princess called to the soldier with her whole spirit. Ah, so instead of stuff from the past coming forward to fuck everything up, we're now calling somebody from the future to fight the past, I guess. That's a very different pair of characters, too. On the bright side, it looks like they just naturally have weapons. Oh, and there's difficulty settings for this one. Look at this! We'll stay on normal for now and see how bad it is. Okay, so you just have the transformation right off the start as well. The buttons are different, though. Am I crazy, or is this louder than the last one was, by the way? I'm gonna keep an eye on the volume meters for a minute here. It doesn't seem too bad. So, we got a ninja, Tengu, dog. Okay. They made the general enemies about as easy to get rid of, though I feel like this game is going to be significantly easier. I just have this feeling based on how this is starting. Our attacks are slower, but enemies are more consistent about getting hit, I think might be the most honest way to say that. I don't entirely know how to explain how I feel about this so far. But I already appreciate the fact that I constantly have a weapon instead of having to hope for the best with my fists, which frequently weren't very good. It does feel like a very different game compared to the first game, though. But might want to watch your eyes now and then when we do that. That doesn't look great. Oh, and the orbs are, like, way low to the ground now. Okay. Interesting. I don't know if I got kicked out of my transformation because of the transition or if you just have shorter time in your transformations. It is interesting that if you just let him stand there, he'll actually, like, rotate to face the enemies that are circling him. That's actually really neat for something in this era. Hell, the fact that they're rotating so smoothly around us to begin with is actually pretty cool, too. Oh, and I can break these pillars. Neat. And they have power-ups in them. Okay. Gotta keep my eyes open for that. And there's a list of orbs up at the top there. I think if I get... Oh, that just obliterated everything. Okay. I can live with that. Oh no, the orbs up there are our health. But it looks like they're not single hit to destroy this time. Like it goes from yellow to red, I think. Or red to yellow, one of the two. Either way, the meter is slightly shorter, but each one represents 2 hits, it seems, instead of 1. I get a load of these two. Oh, it is a double fight, though. Interesting graphical glitch happening there. Don't worry too much about that. I'm sure it's fine. There was like a level select or something appearing in the background, and I don't know why. Ow. But it was apparently attached to the big guy's sprite, because once he died, the glitch stopped, so... I've saved the day? Question mark? Oh, nope, there it was again. Oh, that's weird. Hang on, let me see if I can fix that. So I suspect I know how to avoid that continuing to happen. There we go, we'll try that. Just gonna quickly pop back and forth for a second here, make sure that it's still rendering. Okay, yes it is. Because what I suspect was the case is a specific graphics backend was making it freak out, so I switched graphics backends in the emulator, and we'll see if that makes it stop happening. It may also just conveniently not happen again. Oh, he just kind of hopped along and then exploded. Okay. You know what's funny about this one? Even though it's feeling a bit better, I feel like my movement's more sluggish, but theirs are as well. So it's fair. And I feel like my basic attacks are more effective. Because I felt like my basic attacks were kind of not really worth much in the first game. So I think part of it's the fact that the enemies circle around you and spend time doing that instead of just all purely aggressing on you. Oh. Oh, we didn't get eaten. We just ended up here, I guess. Oh yeah, another thing is hit stun seems to be way more effective in this game. Like, it's also very clear about when they're hit stunned. Oop. Well, that's a nifty transformation. Here, I can do that too. Slow-moving man with stick will pummel you into oblivion. You can't call me an idiot when you're the one that died. That's not how that works. Okay, yeah, we are traveling through time, I guess. So that's interesting. He's pointing! Oh no! Age of the Great War. Oh boy. Oh, interesting. Huh. You know what? This is fine. I'll stab potential Nazis alongside everything else. Get a load of this guy. Oh, and the graphical glitch is still happening. Why is it only happening in this one? Why didn't it happen in the other game? Interesting. It's not happening as aggressively, though, so we might just play as is and hope for the best here. Because it doesn't even always happen when these guys are here, so it's not... Like, it's a specific effect that's causing it, almost certainly. I just don't entirely know what's causing it yet. I don't even know if it's that noticeable for y'all. Like, I don't know if the frame rate is such that you guys are actually seeing the flicker that I'm seeing that happens occasionally. I'm kind of hoping you guys don't. Because both it'd be funny to make it seem like I'm just making things up. But also so that y'all don't have to see it. Nope. There it is again. I wonder... Oh, wow, I can actually parry those bullets. Neat. I do wonder if it matters between my vertical and horizontal attacks. It seems like I attack slightly quicker if I alternate them. But I wonder if they'll, like, block specific attacks depending on their pose or something. That would be very clever. There goes another bot. Oh, it definitely likes its flickering graphics and such, though, so... Hang on. Since we're not getting triple the wins anyway. There you go. I don't think it's significant enough to be a big problem, but there you go. Just gonna put that there just in case. Is like the flickering background there's not great on the eyes necessarily, especially with it being consistent. There you go. That wasn't that bad a fight, at least, though. He was kind of a chump. So it may be that this one feels easier because, like, the other game may have defaulted what this game's hard is, essentially. Ow. As I get whacked with the butt of a rifle because I'm looking at the rats and deciding whether I should do something about that. There's already better enemy variety in this one, though. Both the designs are more varied and the amount of attack patterns are different. Instead of just, I'm going to spam attacks at you constantly. Better hope you swing fast enough to beat me. And it's also really cool just knocking those bullets back at those guys. Okay, it doesn't seem like your horizontal hitbox is that different. Oh, there's a stab, though. How did I do that? Oh, wait, I can block. I died learning about blocking, but I learned how to block. But you have to press both the attack buttons to block. The unfortunate thing is they can do it, too. This was just a bad situation across the board. This does at least tell me how many continues I have, and the fact that it says I have 3 is worrying. Considering we're already down, I think, 2 of them. Oh, get a load of this guy. Hey, with his fancy sword. Oh, and he got replaced by my minions partway through as well. Is he gonna come back? I guess not. I guess I beat him, question mark? Oh, now we're on a horse. Yeah, this is really neat. I'm really digging this one compared to the first one. They've really leaned into the bit harder here, and I appreciate that. That's kind of what I was expecting to a certain degree, is the first game really wasn't going to be anything too remarkable. other than it's the start of the process. This one's really just, like, way more over the top. Oh, goodbye, horse. Huh. We're just on a plane now. You're just gonna be fighting people on a plane. Oh, wow. There's just a whole air battle happening while I'm battling ninjas on the back of the plane. Like, I know some people go like, this makes no sense, this is stupid, but I love goofy shit like this. This is fantastic. Where it's like, you know what, this doesn't have to make sense, it's just ridiculous. Wait, we killed you already, you were a boss, why are you here again? Okay, got them fast enough that they weren't a problem. This game really reminds me of something with the way you move and attack, and I cannot put my finger on what game I'm thinking of. There's a very specific other beat-em-up that I'm really reminded of. Well, correction, there's a couple I'm reminded of. There's one from one of the fighting collections that I ended up playing with a friend of mine, and literally my entire strategy in that game became jumping on people and biting their faces, since that's what that character that I was playing could do. I'm reminded of that one just because of the setting we got going on here, or with the time travel and weirdness going on. But that's not the one that the movements remind me of, and I just cannot for the life of me put my finger on it, and I can't even, like, place what company made it to narrow it down at all. Like, part of my brain wants to say Pirates of Darkwater, but it's not that one, even though, obviously, the walking feels a little bit like that, but better than that game does, because that game's not great. And I think part of the problem is the movement at least feels like basically like every other beat 'em up that's out there. Because like you have that split of there's like 3 styles of beat 'em up that most companies made. Either ones that will end up feeling like Final Fight, ones that feel like Streets of Rage, or the mystery third option. Quit making the glitches on the screen, thank you. Oh, now we're here for the boss fight. Huh. Oh, it's a duo fight, okay. Can I hit you yet? No. I guess I have to eat your pet first, and then I can fight you. Oh god. Suddenly, a very different community was very interested and didn't know why yet. Anyway, moving on from that. Moving on to 1990X. Okay, I'm not gonna press anything this time in case he does more than just shake his hand and point. Oh. Get a load of him. Uh-huh, you'll totally kill me. Age of the Upheavals. Yeah, that checks. So what am I gonna be dealing with here other than the same guys from the Warlord? Oh, Just teleport in as a skeleton and then become a fully fleshed man with a spear. Okay, sure. That's a thing you can do, I guess. Not really been using the transformations nearly as much in this one, I've noticed. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be using them more and I'm not. Or if maybe, like, properly utilizing them might only be necessary on things higher than normal. Or that might also be why I'm down the lives I am. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Because this may still have the same situation if it feels like there is a rock, paper, scissors from one form versus a particular enemy to another. Okay, you can still be hit. Oh wow, the dog form is way better. Not only does it look cooler, but it's got a combo instead of just kind of Okay, when you run out of continues, it is just immediate game over. So the downside is we have less continues than we did in the other game. Yeah, I think MVS is like arcade difficulty. I'm pretty sure that's what that's meant to mean. So we're absolutely not doing arcade difficulty. I felt like I was doing fine on normal. I think normal is actually fair. But if we don't get through it, after a couple tries, I may go down to easy just to get through it. The castle with all the heads sticking out of it, though, is really funny to me. I feel like that's an entertaining upgrade compared to the blue spooky castle from the last game as well. Like, I just feel like this game here just has way more character than the first game did. And I have to assume it was partially they started getting more comfortable with it, as is usually the case when companies make more than one version of the same game, you know, when they start going through sequels. Okay, it's not that it went from yellow to red, it's actually your higher health pips just have different colors. Okay. I've not really been having the time to stare up there to figure out what was going on with that. In case people are like, why didn't you notice that before? It's like, well, I'm a little busy trying not to die. Not exactly succeeding, but trying not to die. Okay, the jump in ninja form is way better. And obviously, the ball of pain is pretty helpful, though apparently you're not invincible while doing this, so it is riskier than I thought. Okay, and Tengu gets different weapons depending on what power-up you have. He had a leaf that time, which is pretty typical for those. Okay, we have a power-up. I will say the normal form power-ups feel less exciting compared to the first game. Like, they're just slight changes to your basic attack instead of at least being unique weapons, even if the unique weapons didn't do much. I will say that power-up was not great. That power-up right there seemed more like a detriment than a help. Ah, okay. Face the winds. The fact that it literally just blows them off screen is pretty great. Like, they actually have unique death animations for that, which is pretty impressive. People that actually know can correct me, but I don't know how much... I don't think the Neo Geo could really fit that much on an individual game. I think it could fit more than, like, your standard small cartridge game, but I'm not sure about that. I will say we do still have the massive transformation disadvantage. Ooh, you do still have clashing. Okay, that's nifty. And the blocking does actually work. Like, I actually blocked that attack. I'm gonna keep getting my shit pushed in for a bit here, I think, while I'm still learning what's good and what isn't good to use here. And we may just have to make do with that screen flashing on occasionally. So I probably should at least put a little bit more work into trying to fix that. What else can I do to fix that? Because we weren't having that problem with the first game. Well, we don't need that setting on right now. The thing is, I don't really have too many options that I think would fit a situation like that. Yeah, we can't do anything with that because... yeah. We'll try what I changed. We'll see if that does anything. I have a feeling it won't do anything. But at least I tried. Because part of the problem is, I don't know if that's an emulation issue or if that's just an issue with this version of the game. We're in one of those awkward scenarios where I don't have knowledge to be able to tell what the problem is, per se. Like, it's entirely possible that the Anthology version just has something janky loaded into it for this game. Which is really unfortunate, but I don't have a setup prepared to, like, switch to a different version of this specific game, so we're kind of stuck with this if we want to finish this one. There we go. The multi-kills in both this and the first game are still very satisfying when you just, like, swing once an entire group goes. There you go, get up here again. Not the one I wanted, but you know what? It might work out. Is we can use range here. Though, yeah, he has his own ranged attack, is the problem with that thought. I was aiming for the Tengu, because the Tengu worked out pretty well. With the staff, because the staff has enough reach that we can just kind of bully him like we did there. Because it's decently quick, seems to hit multiple times almost. And it's got a little bit of reach to it. Yeah, see, just trucked him. There we go. Now, back to 1940, E question mark. We'll let him actually do his thing this time. Okay, it is a different scene every time. Okay, so the officer we beat up is actually the guy that was standing next to him there, too. Okay. Based on the fact that he's only got him and two other guys standing up there, I wonder if this is actually going to be shorter than the first game by a little bit. Actually, no, because we already fought at least one person we didn't see in that trio there. So maybe not.
Flawless victory.
I don't know about that one, ABC, but how's it going? Jump attacks are a lot less effective in this one. There we go. Yep, just keep piling out into my sword. That's a great plan, guys. Way to go. Oh, they do throw grenades. That's what they were trying to do. I thought they were, like, waving for the other guys to come out of the truck, not waving in their arm to throw a grenade. Because they never actually got to finish that animation before. I'm gonna push you off screen. Die. Okay. Now to do this fight again. I think I might actually be able to use the Tengu here and actually have it be better than we did last time. No, maybe not, because the flying head got away. But we can stun lock the weird spoon and the skeleton just as well. I don't understand what this fight was supposed to have going on. It had a floating head that we just bullied, and a spoon that we hit, and then the skeleton exploded because I beat up the spoon? Question mark? I don't understand. Look at him actually blocking, and then he died anyway. There we go. I feel like I'm seeing more of that glitch screen periodically when the glitch keeps happening. I really feel like I am just seeing a debug screen flickering in. Because I saw lives and some other stuff flickering in occasionally. So I wonder if there's like a hidden options screen or something. And that's what's happening there. Ah. Okay, he outranges me too far for blocking to be useful. Because he'll push you back enough that you can't block and then counter him. But he just runs away anyway. He's just kind of a coward like that, so it's fine. On the horses this time. Really is impressive how in one stroke we're just taking these guys' heads off. Even though we're only like hitting them in the arm sometimes, their head just pops off. Yeah, I wonder if it'd be possible for me to cheat the system and as I know I'm about to run out of continues, switch which port my controller's in and take over as the second player and see if they have a full set of continues. That'd be really funny. I don't think it would work, but it'd be really funny if it worked. Because the push start button thing is just sitting there like, you know, it's tempting. Exactly. It would just be a very funny idea. And the thing is, it wouldn't even be that hard to do, necessarily. The hardest part would be getting it to pick up the controller in the other slot. Yep. You do what you gotta do, ABC. I'll still be here or fighting for my life. Okay, we got through that guy way better this time. I want that continue. I feel like we're doing slightly better than last time, but not by much. Out of an interest of expediting things, I may very well still go to easy after this attempt. Just to get us the clear done. Depends on if this is a case of they make the game shorter on easy or not. Which I don't know if they do or not. Because some games are funny that way, where it's like, oh hey, you went on the easiest difficulty, guess what, you only get half the game. You want the rest of the game, you're gonna have to man up and play on a real difficulty. But you know, I get it, but it's also kind of a dick move. Which actually, in fact, one of the games I have in the lineup in case we end up needing more games actually does that. It basically treats the first, like, 6 stages as the training mode, and if you play on training mode, that's all the game you get, and then the other, like, 9 stages have to be played on a higher difficulty. It's pretty wacky. That was just part of how things were done. Both to make it harder for somebody to rent a game and beat it, and probably just because of a bunch of other decisions made regarding difficulty. Which I don't know all the answers there, obviously. I know it was constantly pointed out that it was a case of so people couldn't just beat things on a single rental. But there was also statements made kind of contradicting that. So it may just be one of those, it's not every case where it was to punish rentals. But I don't know. Yep, he hit me that time. Oh, you have a range attack. Okay, you just didn't use that at all last time. You just were stupid and let me win last time. And then I died. Okay, well, we'll see how much easier easy is. It may not actually be that the fights are easier. It may just be like a higher amount of continues. At which point, absolutely, I'll take the highest amount of continues I can get. I'm not too proud out as far as that situation goes. Come on. The radical change between the first game and this one, though, makes me very curious to see what the third game is going to look like. See if it made another big change, or if it is just the same as either the first or this one. Because they obviously could end up going back to the way the first game was as well. I can see either being true. I think that guy might have did less damage. I don't remember if those guys were doing 1 hit or 2 before. And it seems like the same amount of enemies. Was there more than one big guy in the first stage? I genuinely don't remember. Well, first screen, I guess, because I don't know if these are different stage. I would assume each time period would be a stage. And then it's just like segments of a stage that we're going through right now. I'll tell you what, though. For fun, and I say this with all due quotation marks around the word fun, if we beat this on easy, I will at least load it on the highest difficulty and see how different it is. As long as it doesn't take me, like, till, like, 6 hours in to beat any of these. Because if it's too late in, we're obviously not doing that. But I'll put that option out there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they take less hits or anything, because that guy took a fair few to go down. They might be slightly less aggressive, but I think I might just be being more aggressive. Oh, I actually died in this fight this time. But then again, we didn't die before now instead, so... I think overall we came out of that ahead. I am willing to bet that it probably, like, even if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors against general enemies, because there probably are just ways to beat them normally, it almost certainly would be, there's a form that's best for each boss, probably. Ow. Of course, you know, now that I've realized there's a block button in this game, I really should be making correct use of that from time to time, and that would probably make a massive difference in my overall survival anyway. But remember, the best defense is good offense. If they're dead already, they can't hurt you. Of course, this guy has me outreached, which is unfortunate. There we go. Okay, boss fight time. I think I'm just as well off fighting the first form with just the sword, because we can keep him stun locked. But when he transforms, we transform. Because we have time to transform while he's transforming. Oh, I do have the wrong... There we go, I have the right weapon now. We are gonna die once, but he died with us, so I think that's fine. I don't know that that's fine, but I feel like that's fine. We easily could have ended up losing more lives than that in that situation. Yes, you point at the screen because you're mad. You're mad because bad. I really gotta stop standing next to the truck when they're deploying. Ow. Wow, they finally hit me with that chain attack. That is upsetting. I just kind of walked into it because I don't know why, really. I think I just wasn't taking them seriously enough. I'm gonna spin my axe, and if you get hit by it, it's your fault. Just casually just splitting all these dudes in half. They really just don't make them that great anymore, huh? They show up, you swing a sword at them, and they snap in half. I suppose it could be worse. My sword could be snapping in half. That would be a lot less convenient. Thank you for volunteering for death. I've been shot. And then they all ran away. They left the scene of the crime immediately. Definitely doing worse at that segment. But I don't think we've used a continue yet, right? Oh, I have done everything wrong. But hey, we can use the magic howl, I guess, and see what that does for us. So, that was a big waste of health. But hey, we won anyway, I guess. All because I fumbled the inputs and ended up switching from Tengu to Dog, and then I didn't want to risk fumbling it a second time, so I just stuck to it. That's an embarrassing way to end up having to use my continue. Getting whacked in the head with the butt of a gun again. Really makes me into the butt of the joke, and I don't appreciate that. I bet they think they're real clever throwing a grenade after they miss their shot. You know, I wonder if they're at all confused having these gunmen alongside the samurai. But I suppose that assumes they're even, like, cognizant enough on their own to begin with. These might just be, like, mindless puppets, for all I know. Considering, you know, the ghost skull things pop out of them when they die. This whole lot might not be alive, necessarily. Nope. Don't make the same mistake twice. He's got too much reach. There we go. We're getting there. We're closing in on where we've been dying. After this attempt, though, if we don't make it, I may take a look and see what the stage count looks like and see how far from actually making it we are. Is if, say, there's like 7 stages and we're only getting 3 in, I think that might be a sign that I ain't up to this. As much as I'm enjoying this game. There would be a limit to how much time you can really spend doing the same thing and not getting anywhere, you know? And honestly, after a certain point, my curiosity about how the third game looks would overwhelm any stubbornness towards finishing this particular one that I have. I do feel like I'm playing worse. Like, I feel like easy has made it easier, but I do definitely feel like I'm playing worse. And I think part of that's I'm experimenting, and part of that is I'm just not trying as hard because it's like, oh yeah, it's on easy. That's easier. And then I make stupid mistakes that don't actually make it easier at all. Like that, there's a psychological layer to watch out for. Oh wow, we made that guy slide on his face on the plane. That, ooh. Rip that guy in particular. I do like that you can just hold the lightning until you want to send it. It doesn't just auto go the second you start it. Oh, and people may not have realized this, but this game does have like a very small amount of auto-targeting. Like, he'll auto-turn towards a target sometimes, and that's a blessing and a curse. Like, that time I just got kicked in the back there, I didn't tell him to turn around. I wanted to keep attacking the one on the left, but he turned around to attack the one on the right because she was technically closer, I think. Like, by a step or so, even though obviously both were in attack range. And today we learned that those guys can smoke bomb around the room, too, instead of just smoke bombing into the fight in the first place. Like, I feel like there's probably a bunch of enemy behaviors we don't end up getting to see, especially on these one-hit guys, because they just die instantly. I really thought he died on that hit, I'm not gonna lie. That's why I was like, okay, I don't have to keep swinging anymore. But I really should know better and just keep swinging until their sprite disappears. I also really love that that guy comes in by ripping the turret out, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that the first few times we're here. But I really do appreciate he's just like, yeah, I don't need to use the gun. I'll just rip it out of the way so I can hit you with my axe. Ow. He's gonna do fire or spam again. Oh, I see. That's how I prevented him from doing it last time when we were more successful. Well, that and he just does silly things like that where he just keeps getting hit. Oh, cutscene interrupted my transformation. So she got her transformation before I could. Oh wow, that kick has some hella range to it. Never mind. I was gonna be clever and try to outrange her with the Tengu's staff. Wow, she did not get to do half these attacks last time, and boy do I really thank my lucky stars she didn't do all these attacks last time. Because yikes. This sucks. She doesn't have a ton of health, she just has a lot of nasty attacks. Alright, we've caught back up to where we were, and we do have 2 continues right now. Back to the Age of Upheavals. Oh yeah, they're not even charging towards me, they're just running through. Okay, yeah, recklessly transforming is still a bad idea. Run, silly Taurus, run! Wow, he must have caught a bunch of lightning because he died way too easy otherwise. Okay, these guys have red armor. They're a little tougher. Okay. I got confused for a second because I'm like, that guy should have died. Why did he still kick me? Answer is he had health left. Shocking concept there. Yeah, this is these gray armor guys that die in one hit. One real hit, anyway. They can still block, which is so upsetting, but, you know, they gotta give them some chance, I guess. I don't know where we are, though, because, like, I see a bunch of international flags back there, so it doesn't really tell me exactly where we are based on that. Because there's Italy, America, France, and Japan, all with flags back there. And there's the horrifying sun over there for some reason. And, like, obviously the signs are in English, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, we could be in a non-English speaking country that just has a tourist area with signs in English, for example. Did you get baited? What a shame. Die. Oh. Why are there credits? Oh, is this exactly the thing I was talking about before, where the game is shortened because of being uneasy? No, they just I think the credits glitched. I don't think they were supposed to be there at that moment. Especially with a fight happening behind it. I get the feeling those credits weren't supposed to be there. The layering in this is, like, all fucked up for some reason, and I don't know why. We're just gonna pretend that that didn't happen. Because if it actually, like, rolled credits properly, I would have debated counting that, because I did get credits, but no. That would have been a backup in case we somehow just got completely foiled type deal. What? Why did you bring him in chains? All the other ones just rolled up just fine on their own. Or is this a case of he's too out of control, so you had to put him over here and let him loose on me? Also, I'm a die now. I have no hit points. No, we got that bunch at least. But then again, they were all like super low health enemies. Their sole purpose was to die. Y'all probably shouldn't be running through the middle of this fight. Oh, bringing another one in. Yeah. Last continue. Could you imagine if this game allowed me to earn continues? Also, I can't help but notice that the music left. And I don't know if it's supposed to have or not. I feel like it's breaking. I feel like everything is just falling apart. Like, I don't know if this is a corrupted ISO, corrupted version of the game to begin with. But a lot of things are going wrong. And it's a little weird. Like, it's very jarring to go from having all that background music to just suddenly there's nothing. Except clang, 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 ah. There we go. I'm starting to think these are bonus sections rather than stages. Though we seem to be in danger, so I guess they're not like fully bonus sections. We also don't get anything out of them, it doesn't seem. Yeah, getting more lives and continues through score would be lovely right about now. But it seems like neither of those things are the case with this game. Wow, that hurt a lot. Okay. Run, random citizens. I will defend you from the evil undead everything that's trying to kill us all. I don't know why y'all are running back and forth. That's not very effective running away, I gotta tell ya. Like, don't get me wrong, they're panicked citizens. They're not exactly smart. Oh, turns out that entire clang, 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 clang bit that happens there, that's automatic. I thought I had to mash for that. Turns out he just keeps doing that. Because I tried to stop to avoid doing that, and it happened anyway. There we go. Oh, we're just throwing exploding heads. Neat. Hey, put her down. That's not for you. Music's gone again. Ooh. Oh, I get it. You're gonna turn me into sword rust because my blood's gonna be on your sword. Haha. Oh, does he move the boat further as the fight progresses? Is that the whole bit here? He's gonna hop onto the boat, and the boat's gonna move around a bit, and he's gonna hop back off the boat. Boat's gone. Phase 2. Whack, 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 whack the dragon in the nose. Whack, 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 whack the dragon in the nose. Huh. That ended a bit easier than expected, huh? I kind of expected it to do more than that. Oh, might be final stage if he's coming down to kill me himself. Yep, final stage. Because we're going up to the castle. Okay, final battle at the Demon Castle. You know what? For my sanity, how about we do this? And we're just gonna, just in case this doesn't work the way I think it does, since there is a save feature. Boop, there we go. Just gonna make sure I don't have to redo everything to come back here, because we currently have full lives on this continue. And I think that's a decent position. Like, obviously, we potentially could do better, but I'll take this reality at the moment as a reality I will attempt to repeat. Though at the rate I'm losing health right now, this reality may take a turn for the worse rapidly. God, that guy just had a lot more health. Which, thinking about it, that's one thing compared to the first game I haven't really noticed. Doesn't seem like they heal you much in this one. Yeah, I wasn't able to keep avoiding those forever. Why are you targeting that guy? Why? Why are you like this? No, not the dog. I keep thinking it'll auto put me on human form when I just hit the button to go and transform quickly. Fish. Just split them fish right down the middle. Oh, that seems like an easy way to take cheap damage when they're just hopping in out of the background like that. And all the ones running in. Okay. They're also immune until they start running, which kind of sucks. Why is the final battle of the Demon Castle populated by fish with legs? Why is this a thing that's happening now? Oh, he got me with the jump attack. Well, this is bad. That helps. Oh, that's a cheap shot. Because they know that the auto-targeting is gonna fuck you there. Oh, that's mean. I don't know what the unlock symbol that keeps popping up means either. God damn it. Game over. Anyway, it's like that never happened. We're back at the beginning of the stage. Since this game has a save system, I'm willing to just use those save states to be a slightly faster version of the game's save system. Give myself some hope of getting this done sometime today. But I'm probably only going to try this stage a couple times, even with this. Like I said, so that we can see the next... What happened there? How did I lose that much health so quickly? I didn't really see myself get hit more than that one time, and then suddenly my health bar was gone. Unless maybe they were hitting me and I didn't notice, which is always possible. Okay. We're not doing great right now. We already lost basically most of the health we had available. Now it's time for Fish. Okay, they are one-hit enemies, though. We can use that to our advantage. Yeah, they'll line up with us. Okay, but they do move height as well. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to avoid those ones that come up from the background, because they have too many iframes. Like, that guy's a non-issue, but the ones that just pop up from the back, just... they have lots of iframes. How is it that we're both attacking and missing, and then suddenly he hits me without either of us moving? Like, did he just happen to hit just the right frame where I was slightly forward because of attacking, I guess? That's the only thing I could think of. Definitely did the input for blocking. And then the game decided, oh, you want to face to the left no matter what you do, right? No, not particularly. Well, you're doing that anyway. Let's see how well the save load system in this game actually works right quick, because I'm curious. Come on. This intro takes longer to let me have control than I expected. Yeah, slow to save game. Okay, it works quite literally the same as if I loaded the save state. Okay, that's what I was curious about. This way I can further justify in my own mind using that save state. Because basically all I'm doing with that save state is save myself a couple menus. And I could have done that with the first game as well, but the first game's a lot harsher. And I just don't think it would have been as worth it. Yeah, our biggest problem now, I think, is just we're losing way too much health to these early guys. So we lose that first life pretty quick and easily, unfortunately. It's like, obviously it doesn't help that they're swarming. Because, you know, obviously they're trying to overwhelm you before you get to the final battle. Okay, now we're going to the land of the fish. I think it is in my best interest just to stay to one side here. I stayed to the wrong side that time. Yeah, like this guy's a non-threat. It's just the other guys that are a problem. Which we didn't take too bad damage there, but we are basically in the same position again. Which tells me that I don't think that we're in a winnable position from that save state. Not without me doing way better on one of these attempts. And based on the relatively consistent position we've been ending up in, I don't see that happening. It also doesn't help that sometimes blocking doesn't activate. Because I actively tried to block multiple attacks there, and it just decided, nah, you don't need to block. Which, for those that don't know, it is a double input, but you'll notice I was consistently able to keep doing it there. So either they take away blocking under certain circumstances, or I just got screwed there, and I don't really know which. But we're dead again, so that's unfortunate. I'm gonna give it one more try from the beginning, staying on easy, and if we don't do better by the time we get to that point, we'll go to the third game and see how it goes. I think that's reasonable, since we're 3 hours in. And I am pretty convinced that there are ways to just optimize this further, so that we have better odds of getting through the end. Because at least this game's not that long. That's what, like stage 4 or 5? That was the final battle of the Demon Castle? They just have each stage be pretty long. There we go. Got through there without taking any damage. Which, last time we took a bunch of damage from that guy because I was being hasty. Okay, that's neat, but not what I need right now. I think I might have wanted to stay human for that one, but I wanted to test thought. Either way, we came through that pretty well. Power up. Alright. Is having just even a little bit of extended sword range from power-ups makes dealing with those one-hit guys way easier, because you don't have to time as tightly. Look at him go. He's gonna get him. Oh no. There seems to be nothing we could do about those sequences either, where the citizens are being chased. They're just set pieces in the background that are happening. Now, I will say, I went into this not expecting to clear much. I do have to make sure that people understand that. Like, the whole 3-in-1 thing for the title and everything is mostly a bit. In case people are like, wow, he really thinks he can beat 3 games today, huh? Nah. Nah, and I said that earlier, but I'm sure people have come and gone by now, so it's worth repeating. And I am aware of the weird glitchiness happening, as, you know, how could I not be? I unfortunately have no solution to it. It's kind of funny how quickly and easily we dispatch those two on normal, and yet on easy they've actually been putting up way more of a fight. Like, I almost wonder if I should go back to normal and actually get further that way. In a weird way. How did that attack hit? Like, there's how did that work on both sides in this game sometimes? It's very odd. He's dead. Now, all I have to do is be just a little more patient with the swordsmen and we get through them like nothing. I just realized, I think all these guys that are sprinting around literally are running with wooden swords. Oh, he did a fucking tactical roll at me. Hit a lot of that guy. Whee! Okay. Flawless first phase, transform to Tengu for the second phase. Oh, we still have the wind attack though. There we go. We got the staff. We are gonna lose a life here though because of the wind attack still being there. So I think I may have been better off staying human because I thought I was gonna time it like I did the first time. That's a wasted life. But still, it's only one life down. I think we only almost died to the lady and her big friend. I remember the order of operations there wrong. I thought it was the ninjas after the soldiers. Bye, Axeman. Credit to that guy for continually blocking my sword strikes with his rifle there. I'm sure it didn't do his rifle any favors, but it sure helped his face, probably. You know, temporarily, before I cut him in half. Still can't get through those completely cleanly, huh? That just went poorly across the board. I should have, like, sidestepped or something to avoid the guys that spawn... Not the guys that spawned in, but the guys that popped out of the corner. It's like, you see them there, you know they're coming, but every time they're positioned just right to attack when you're busy with something else. Which is obviously on purpose. But it just keeps catching me anyway, somehow. Yeah, I think missing that power-up's gonna cause me some problems with this one. Oh, he's actually attacking this time. Oh no! We actually took damage in this fight, and I'm so upset about it right now. Okay. Well, this is gonna be a bad sign, but maybe we'll be able to make better on it from here. But when I thought we were hooped in the first game, we made headway, so, you know, maybe it's not over. Oh, who am I kidding? It's probably so over right now, based on the way that just happened. Yep. I just cannot avoid losing a continue on this goddamn stage. And I can't get at those rifle guys consistently because that guy blocks me out. And for obvious reasons, I'm going to retract somewhat my statement that this is easier than the first game. What I'm realizing, I think to a certain degree, is actually a case of it's fairer than the first game. Now, that said, clearly it's not easy enough for me to beat it. Not without practice. That's fairly typical. Like, there's nothing to be ashamed of to not beat most beat-em-ups on your first go-around. especially from this era. And my first go around, I mean even the first couple. Unless you're very practiced in the genre, which, relatively speaking, I am. Like, on the scale of the average person, I probably am practiced at the genre. Though I'm not exactly good at it, even with all the practice I have. Like, I'm good at very specific beat-em-ups for the most part. And that's more a matter of I know how to work with those, not so much that I'm good at them, if that makes sense. Like, because there is a difference. Like, being good at something, you can work with most setups and situations just fine. Even in the ones I'm better at, I usually have to have a fairly specific scenario in front of me to really shine. Okay. We're getting mixed results here. Like, it's not all bad, but it's mostly not good. Because we're almost down a second continue, and we're not even in era of upheavals yet. Unless we take way less damage in the boss fight, I have a very sneaking suspicion we're gonna end up in basically the same position, if not worse again. And I'm betting part of my problem, like I was talking about before with this one, is much like the first game, I'm probably not using my transformations enough nor well enough. Like, I'm sure there are situations where all of them should be getting used more, which would probably help my situation immensely. Just the transformation menu is just like that, just a little bit unwieldy that makes me not reach for it. And to solve basic things. Like, obviously I reach for it in boss fights a bunch, but I don't reach for it in all scenarios. And I'm still unsure if it's supposed to be a use this in all scenarios situation, or if it is a save this only for boss fights type deal either. Nope, he got an early hit. And now I got him locked, so we're gonna get through his phase. Yep, he's gone. Yep, and she's doing in the nasty pattern again. Aside from blocking, I don't think there's anything I can do about the spin move. We didn't get through that as badly as we did last time, but we're in a worse position. So I'm a little worried about that. But if... we would have to get through this pretty clean. We'll see. This stage isn't that bad, so... it's doable. It's these guys that are going to be the problem as far as that goes. See if matching them range for range works. Yeah. And then we take a hit from these jokers instead. God damn it. So close to greatness. Oh, one of these guys again. Yeah, he wasn't giving me time to do anything. Thankfully, he decided to be stupid, so it actually kind of still worked out. Don't you love it when your opponent makes the conscious decision to be stupid? Because I sure do. It saves me a lot of work. But yeah, I also want to reiterate a point that I was making before, in case it wasn't clear. Compared to the first game, I'm having a lot more fun with this one. And I think it's just because there's just that little bit more going on with this one. Even if it's not necessarily mechanically that much different, visually there's more happening, so it's more enjoyable to me. And in general, I am having a good time. I'm just also acknowledging my limitations at the same time. Ah, he got me with the jump attack again. Yeah, you can't be too cagey against those blue armored guys because they will just jump attack you after a bit if they get tired of you just blocking them off. Okay, yeah, this bug is still happening where the credits are here. Yeah, we lost a bunch of health there, but we got through it. I should have switched to Tengu form faster there. His Tengu is just way better for that fight. I just get so thrown off by the random credits screen being there that I have to assume isn't supposed to be there. God, your range is so disgusting. Because he moves faster than us and has more range. The thing I keep complaining about with both these games so much. Being outsped and outranged is just so brutal. The thing is, I don't think I would be faster enough with like the ninja or anything for it to matter against the big guy. And also, usually we can just keep him penned in and taken out anyway. Just that time he just kept me at bay. Doesn't help that jumping is somewhat useless in this game. Like, I tried to jump there and I just could not jump quicker than he could kick. Even though I obviously anticipated the kick, because what else would he do in that scenario other than do the long kick, which is the answer to Umi. Like, you almost have to rely on these guys to choose the wrong part of their pattern to not just get a free hit. I needed to get... Wow, he could reach me there, huh? I really thought I was out of his reach. Oh. It's really not looking good for having any lives to spare compared to the other reality. Because we are right now 3 hits away from ending up in the exact same position again. Got him that time, though. Okay. Sequences like that are just kind of weird. They're neat, but they're weird. Just running through a hall full of masks flying at you. Right, there's one more of you. Shit. Well, so much for having any extra lives. I may as well just load the save state at this point. Yeah, this stage is not difficult, but it's a bit of a meat grinder in terms of health in the second half of it, just because of how many swordsmen they throw at you and how goddamn durable they are. It's like, oh hey, look, another blue boy who's gonna take like 10 hits to kill, and even with a power-up can outrange me some of the time. Oh, I completely forgot there was another one of you. Yeah, if you get the exact right angle, as you saw there, they're not that big a deal. Just it's getting that right angle before they kick you in the face is the problem. Alright, blue boy number 4. And we are officially in a worse position than we are in the save state reality. Doesn't help that I can't tell when they die until they're actively falling in half. Oh, right, this guy exists. This guy's fight was so nothing that I honestly completely forgot that he was here. Because we just kind of did this. We just bullied him into submission. Like, his little boat jump gimmick is neat, but it just doesn't work. He just puts himself in a bad position every time he jumps out and back in again. And the dragon form just gets hit stunned to death. It doesn't get a chance to attack. And that's the kind of wacky thing with this game. Is much like the first game, a lot of the bosses are a non-issue. It's the stages that kick my ass. Because I just get chipped to death by making little mistakes here and there, allowing an enemy to get one hit in. Because that's what these are designed to do, obviously, is they're designed to wear you down bit by bit, rather than just killing you outright with anything. That's like stage design for Beat 'em Up 101, is wear your player down. Like, obviously not go out of your way to defeat them that way, but like, you have to wear them down somehow, so just keep sending. I think we are slightly better off because we did gain a life somewhere in there. Like, something I picked up gave me a life. But we're only like up 2 hits compared to the save state reality. And now we're not. Like, obviously I'm seeing this attempt through, but oof. Much like the time we did great in the first game, I don't have confidence right now. Which is ironic, considering... But, you know. Okay, we got those guys without taking more than 1 hit, though, so that's better. Sushi him. Alright. Based on the position we're in, I'm actually going to go ahead and save. Because I think this is actually very good compared to what we usually have been doing there. So I think that's actually worth locking that position in. Because usually we got here with like one hit of this life left, not half of that health. Of course, it doesn't help that that guy just didn't have a hitbox for a bit there, apparently. And then he randomly turned around mid-attack, because why wouldn't you, who present your back to your opponent? Yeah, that was a mistake across the board. I was hoping that that would make it easier to deal with him because of increasing our range. That was absolutely incorrect because the speed down with the Tengu form was a problem. Nope. God damn it. Alright. We'll try the save state once, and then we'll go to the next one. Fuck me, man. We keep just inching forward. But it's just not enough. Oh, those are breakable. Is there a power-up in the other one? Nope, there's not a power-up in either of them. So what the fuck's the point of them being breakable if there's no power-ups in them, game? God, that attack just comes out so fast sometimes. Like, sometimes he's reasonable with his timing, and then other times he's just suddenly on you before you even know what's happening. And I don't know if that's just me having a failing moment there, or if they genuinely attack at different rates sometimes. Okay, we got through that better, though. Got through that better. Okay, okay, hang on. A concept. A concept. And I promptly get bodied because I have a fast and a slow to deal with at the same time. So I have to be at a bad tempo for the slow enemies because of the fact that I need to get the fast ones off me before they just chip me to pieces while I'm fighting the slow guys. Okay. We got past the fight we kept losing to, though. Oh, that's just brutal. Oh, come on. They traded with them. Okay, we're still moving on to the next one. Oh, that sucks so much, though. A trade like that's heartbreaking. Alright, let's see how the third game treats us. These do seem like really good games, just a little bit nasty. Little bit nasty. But, you know, par for the course. That's basically what you'd expect. Huh. Parental advisory warning on this one. This has the credits shown on screen, too. It is a prophecy. The timeless soul will revive and descend from the heavens. Therefore, flames of conflict will engulf the earth. Boom! Things exploded. The prophecy ends thus. The ninjas of peace will rise with the coming of the timeless soul, and their mission to purify the tortured entity will be fulfilled. Guy stuffed in ice, guy riding on a horse. People in ice again. Oh, 4 characters this time. I wonder if we actually get to pick, or if this is Well, I would assume you get to pick because it's a 2-player start here and there's 4 characters listed. So we might rotate through the characters. I'm gonna assume this is difficulty level and this is like lives, probably. This is obviously the background there. So this is probably like lives per credit. So if we give ourselves 9 lives for our 5 credits, we probably could do this. I'm gonna leave it like right here in the middle, because I assume that'll be essentially normal difficulty. And we'll see how this goes. Kagasura, Congo, Falcon, Kurenai. Congo's probably gonna be too slow. Kurenai's gonna be fast and weak, probably. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one, the one we started on. Oh, interesting. You get to pick stages. Let's just go to China. Let's take the easiest path we can. This is already very different from the other two as far as that goes. Okay, much more animation heavy. Starting to feel like most other beat-em-ups a bit more now. In that you've got a separate button for your sword attacks and a button for punching instead of only having one or the other. And, you know, the beat-em-up health bars being all over the screen. Don't seem to have a panic move. Oh, we can throw the shurikens that we found, though, with triangle. I do have a very strong fear that we're gonna get hit because we get caught in our animations. And the fact that even the basic weenie enemies have more health does mean we may run into some troubles there instead. Depending on if they keep up with sending as many enemies as they did in the previous 2 games. Which so far they're sending quite a few. But they're not as quick, so it might still be okay. This might be the one we managed to beat. We'll see. Actually, controls. Are there other buttons for this one? No, the only new button is projectile toss. Barehanded blast is an interesting word for our punch. But maybe it's like barehanded slash blast, like so if you pick up something that lets you blast, that might be the button that does it, and the sword doesn't blast, question mark? We'll find out. Pizza. Oh, the bicycle is breakable too, and we... Oh, I can throw plates, that's pretty good. I like that. Have a plate. Have a plate. Have another plate. I do like that I can switch between my sword and my punch mid-combo and actually get different results. If we do get character options when we die, I will probably just switch as we die. Alright, so we get to see all the characters. And this does have the typical beat-em-up run into enemies to grab them. I thought the grab was part of my combo, but no, it's actually just a simple case if I walk into them and I do that. Come here, you. Let's see what my other grab does. Nope, they're just the same. Okay. I kind of assumed that my sword button might, like, stab them when I'm holding them or something. Turns out that is completely incorrect. Yep, we finally got hit because I was messing around. So this one did say it was produced by Noise Factory in addition to SNK, so I don't know if SNK just published this or what the situation there is. And it may be that they're all Noise Factory tied to SNK, and just the other ones just were less clear about that. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, so just, you know, never guarantee anything that I say is true. It is interesting how they form as they come in, and then they go back to skeleton afterward. Like, it's an interesting extra detail that obviously didn't need to be there, but it's interesting that it is. And probably is part of why there's the parental advisory, because you may not want most children seeing people melting into skeletons. It may do interesting things to their psyche. I have a meter. How do I use my meter? Oh. Ah, that's my panic move. All of the buttons is panic move. Okay, the running attack these guys do is way more effective than it has any right to be. Oh, and you have wake-up attacks now. Okay. That makes sense. But it's really upsetting when you've got guys that are going to charge at you if you don't get them before they move. You're just kind of stuck in an awkward, like, okay, which idea do I deal with here, then? Yeah, we do seem to have genuinely that 9 lives, because I still see a ×7 up there. And I think we did burn a life already. Which, admittedly, that's not a great sign. But we're still figuring out how this one moves, because one thing I'll give them is all 3 of these games move differently. Like, they feel like different games instead of just being new tile sets of the same game, which some sequels can end up being, especially in the beat-em-up line. Now, I will say, obviously, there's gonna be people that aren't gonna feel the same as far as that goes. They'll be like, but it's not the same game anymore. Meh. And, you know, to each their own on that. I think that is, to a certain degree, a personal choice thing, rather than it necessarily being, an always good or an always bad. And it also very heavily depends on what the situation with the existing game was. Like, did the first game suck? Then maybe it's a great thing that it's different now. What do I know? I will say, it does seem like our combos are a little limited. Like, despite the fact that we can mix our attacks, it seems like there's only so many combos you'll end up doing regardless. It is very satisfying slamming those guys into the ground, though. They made a good sound effect for that. What? Oh, those are an enemy, I guess. I just saw the blue flame thing hop at me, and I just had no time to react to it. I don't know how to feel about the fluff items for score, like those jars. It really depends on whether you can actually get anything out of score in this game. Because otherwise, it's just detracting from a pool where there could have been items I could use popping up instead. At least that's how I feel about it. Well, guess we're leaving before I get to see if there's an item in there that I would want. I'm getting pretty badly bodied here. Like, they've got so much reach. Like, obviously we have real good reach here, but they have me outreached by far. And our throws are a little too slow for me to be like, yeah, I'll just throw shuriken at them. By the time I get the shuriken out of my hand, they'll have already moved out of the way. Like, clearly it worked there, but the rest of them really were not so successful. And they are smart enough to stay out of your direct line of attack. Like, you see them just shimmying out of the way of my attacks, which is surprising out of a game in this early. But even, and I say that, and that's honestly completely incorrect that I should be saying that. Because there's a lot of even very early beat-em-ups where the AI is smart enough to, like, sidestep around you and things. But the amount that they do it changes. Oh, just fresh from hell. Here, let me put you back there. Ow! You know what? I deserve that. Here, explode. Now the question is that blue another health bar, or is that an empty health bar? On the bright side, I can just hit him with his friends. So them spawning enemies actually is helpful there. So I can just slam his guys into him. Okay, yeah, he does have multiple health bars. Now his minions are gone, so I have nothing left to just keep hitting him with. Okay, he does 3 jumps. Oh, they respawn. That's great and terrible, honestly. Okay, and I can't hold them for long. I was gonna try to, like, carry him. Oh, I can throw the boss? Okay, hang on. Da, 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 da. Ah. Yeah, I deserve that. Okay, you can't hit him out of that either, which kinda sucks. Okay, he's down his last health bar now. Ow. God, why does everything have more reach than me? Like, obviously, it makes sense for him to have the reach advantage on me because he's got a spear, but I don't have to be happy about it. Why do you have to know how to use it properly? Why can't you suck? Oh, a bomb. That would have been helpful earlier. Here, have that. It actually worked. I just kind of off the cuff threw that and didn't expect anything, and it just happened to catch him. Oh, neat. There's stage clear bonuses and such, too. That's cool. And we do get healed. Not fully, though. Oh, I see. Your choices only somewhat matter. You still have to do... I don't know if it's only 2 of them or if you have to do all 3 of them. I wonder if they get harder as you go, too, so it might actually be better to do the hard ones first, and then do the easy one last. Oh, the pizza broke because I broke the table. Oh, that's clever, actually. I thought I had to break it to get to it, forgetting that I can jump. Okay, and I can just increase the amount of an item I'm carrying. It doesn't, like, replace the stack. So I'm just gonna keep collecting bombs until we get to the boss fight, then, and just bomb the hell out of the boss. That sounds like a great idea. When in doubt, blow it up. Oh, we got more dudes. Come here, you. Beat the money out of you. Give me that. Ow. I was stealing money. Rude. Still haven't figured out how to use my meter. Nope, that just throws bombs. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Okay, I've tried all the basic button combinations and nothing happened. Quarter circle, no. Back forward, no. is the thing is the panic attack uses health. So it's not that that uses the meter. Oh, this game has running though. I can run. So I probably have running attacks. Oh, am I going the other way? I'm going the other way. Weird. Oh god. Hey there, Crimson. Thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? Hopefully y'all had a good time. We're kind of getting a little beat up here by the Sengoku series, but it's been a good time so far. Appreciate you coming on by. There she is. Okay. Ooh, more bombs. Here, you can have a bomb then. There we go. So far, so good. How are you? And in case you didn't catch it, thank you for the raid and what we're up to today. Hopefully, you had a grand time today. So I know sometimes Twitch can be funky on people coming in, so initial responses may not always be heard. Probably gonna break this vase when I break this barrel, but I'm curious. Yep, breaks. Ah, okay. Yeah, understandable. But hey, as long as you're still having fun, that's the important part. You know, I say as I have lost the first 2 games I've been trying to get through today and decided to try the 3rd in the series, and as you can see, it's going great. Give me the money. These guys hitting me when they enter the room is still so upsetting. Nope, kill this guy first. He's the problem. Deal with the spears afterwards. In fact, here, you catch that. That's for you. You know what, this works. Everybody just get in a pile. Ah. No. Get in the pile. They're not lining up for this plan to work. I don't appreciate them not lining up. Oh, absolutely. It's a great plan. Nothing wrong with this at all. Yeah, you can't hit enemies when they're on the ground or anything, so I have to wait for them to get back up. And half of them have attacks on wake up, so it's a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a problem. There we go. Just get that guy better acquainted with the pillar. Yeah, I was caught in animations on that one. If I didn't hit him, I was gonna get hit by the other one. Time for a character change. Oh, I'm already not a fan of that starting attack. Oh boy, I'm glad I didn't pick you as the first choice, huh? But maybe the rest of his combo is better. We'll find out. Okay, that air attack's good, and the combo is actually good. Just that the start of that attack is ew. That range is ew. Like, it's bad range and bad speed. Oh, wait. But our meter's been drained. Something used meter? Question mark? We're still trying to figure out how this game even works, in case people are like, what is he on about? No, it's not that attack that uses meter. None of that? Did I just, like, respawn with less meter? Is that the thing? Ooh, that throw is fun. They die in sparkles. Right, okay, I'm going back the other way now. Credit for the, like, walk cycle this guy's got, though. I enjoy the walk cycle. Just like, just a casual day. Although there's undead everywhere, oh, that's fine. I'll just do my shopping along the way, you know. guys haven't been here that long. Here, I'll just snooze those ads for you for a moment. Buy a little bit of time. Yep. The lack of reach this guy has is gonna keep coming back to haunt me. Like, we were already having reach problems on the last character, and now we're having more reach problems. Because he's not faster to make up for the decreased range. So I just don't really have great options. Like, obviously, I can do more running, but the double tap is a little inconsistent at the minute. I should probably switch back to the other idea. Yeah, this is a little better. The stick was doing a little better in the previous game for more freely moving around in the 3D space. But if I'm going to be running, I probably should go back to D-pad. D-pad is a lot more consistent for things like that. God, I'm still not used to the way he attacks, though. I keep missing attacks I would have hit with the other one. Oh, you get here. Go away. What's your panic attack look like? Okay, it's the same panic move. Okay, that's kind of disappointing. I was kind of hoping you would at least have a different panic move. Right. The swordsmen have wake-up attacks. Don't stand over them when they wake up. It will be bad for me. Fun fact, if you don't have a throwable object, he will still do the throw animation and nothing happens. He just chops the air. Totally didn't realize I didn't have any bombs left. Give me that. That's yours, and you can have the other one too. Okay. We fixed the mistakes. And this is why I gave myself the maximum amount of lives since I could in this one. Because I knew I was going to be doing a terrible job half the time. But we'll make it work. Or we won't. Considering we didn't manage it with the other ones, we'll leave the option open to interpretation. Yeah, how am I getting out priority in terms of animation and having less range? Is such a problem here. I definitely started my attack before or they stabbed me, and yet they could do their entire animation faster than this guy pulls his sword out. And like, I probably should honestly just be spamming the spin. But our jump range just really isn't that great either. And that's every character's jump range isn't great. You have to run to really get any jump range. Well, I don't know every character's jump range is like this because we've only played 2 of them so far, but 2 for 2 being the same, I'm willing to bet the other 2 are going to be the same too. Especially considering our first choice was a ninja. You would expect a ninja to be able to jump reasonably well. Well, hello there. Oh, one touch of the button skipped a lot of dialogue, apparently. I have to very, very gently press the button. I also wasn't expecting dialogue because our first boss didn't talk to us. He just appeared and tried to stab me and set me on fire. Then again, the first boss was a zombie, so I guess, you know, zombies might not be so talkative. I'm not a fan of the fact that every boss fight so far has had a pair of minions. Makes it a lot harder to just focus on the boss fight. I mean, true, yeah. They at very least announced their intentions. You come here. I was gonna do the same thing I did with the other fight, which was just start throwing their minions at them, but our grab range is a little finicky at times. But he throws further, which is why I was like, you know what, that's actually a good idea. We could start scamming this a little bit. So honestly, just directly attacking seems to be better in this particular case because she's so damn quick. You know, when she doesn't just break out of my attack and immediately start hitting me instead. Wait, I heard a parry noise there for a second. The other games in the series had clashing like that too, so I guess that's just still here, even though it's harder to tell without hearing the sound. Ow. Oh, that is a multi-hit ranged attack too, huh? Joy. Oh, I see. She just breaks out of combos and can do your entire health bar in one combo, apparently. So that's good. Yeah, she just starts blocking in midair, and I just have no recourse against that other than the panic attack out. Yikes. Well, next character. Okay, better attack range a little bit already. Not any better on the whole surviving getting hit thing, but that's not a surprise because I'm pretty sure she just tears through everybody in one combo. There we go. Yeah, this is not going well, but I'm not surprised that it's not going well. I'm still not sure how that meter up there works. Yes, you are defeated. You tried to sway her to our side, and then that didn't work. Okay, there's only one stage left of this set, but I'm assuming there's gonna be another set of stages. Unless it's only a 4-stage game, which the last one was, I think, only like 4 or 5 stages, so it's not impossible. Yeah, I already like the horizontal spin she's got going on here for crowd control, though that's not hitting the way I expected it to, so that could end up being a problem. We'll see. Obviously, these spears are still an issue because they'll attack from very great range, as you'd expect. I don't know why I even bothered picking up the coins. Though maybe, just maybe, we'll get extra lives from it. Who knows? Okay, your running attack is a kick and a spin. Okay. Nothing too good there. Like, I'm betting they do decent damage, but I think I'm better off doing her regular standing attacks just so we get the full spin move in. Because that combo does good damage. And it's less likely to launch them out of the combo than the last guy's was. But it's still being a little quicker than our first character. Which, speed-wise, we're gonna have a problem when we get to the third guy, because he looked like a big club guy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be slow. But I would presume anything he hits is gonna stay hit, at least. Though there doesn't seem to be too much of a damage difference between these three so far. So I don't know if that's even going to be a thing. Like, even the speed difference is fairly minor, and it may just be me seeing something that isn't actually there. It may just be take your preferred attack pattern. Since there wasn't a stat readout at the beginning or anything, we have no guarantees of anything. Yeah. Problem is, even with the knife spin, these guys stay just far enough back that we don't really get any crowd control against this particular enemy type at all. but your animations are sticky enough that you can't really, like, keep shifting from target to target very well, either. Or at least I've yet to get a handle on doing that. Like, my best shot for something like that would be to walk up, punch once, and then step out, like, every time. And we will be here for a while if I do it that way. Our punch does not hit that hard. But as you can see, our starting stab actually has a bit of a weird attack box. Like, they have to be very, very centered in front of you, it seems, for it to hit, which is not great. Everybody else was having a bit easier of a time on that score, at least. The blue guy was having reach issues, but at least his attack, like, hit more than exactly in front of him. You know, there's always this option, though. You know, till it just doesn't grab. Yeah, they definitely want you using your weapon attacks, which makes sense. Because, you know, why would your fist do more damage than a knife? You know, unless you've never used a knife ever, but you've used your fist for your whole life or something. I guess that could be a thing. Yeah, of course you had a wake-up attack. I should have expected that. He almost sounds like Gilbert Godfrey when you knock him around the room. Not that time, apparently. Of course, no sooner did I say it, does he not do it. But then again, his throw reaction was different than his getting hit. Hey there, Zen. How's it going? There we go, getting a bit better control of the situation. It really is just... Oh no, well, it's over. The spear guys are back. Back to hell we go. Wah! 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 Nope, you get back here. Okay. We're not done yet, but oh boy, are we not looking great. We got 2 credits left out of the, like, 5 we started this with. And we're only in the 3rd stage. Oh, look, a train. I'm kind of surprised we're not on the train, considering the last game had us fighting on top of an airplane. Oh, that's a bunch of them, actually. And that's why half of them were the last set. Oh, the running guys are here. I hate... Nope, 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 nope. No. We're not allowed to do anything. Goddamn wake-up attacks. Like, you just really get an awkward choice there. You either accept the fact that they're gonna start running and you'll have to counter that, or you just take the wake-up attack instead. And since they outreach you with their outstretched sword, you have to manage to avoid them, basically. And, my control of this game is not good enough to avoid them yet. I can't say that this control's bad. It is a little stiff in the movement regard. Mostly the vertical movement. The horizontal movement feels fine. It's just a little stiff moving up and down, but like 9 beat-em-ups out of 10 are a little stiff on the vertical. So that's not really much of a thing. But considering you kind of need the vertical to avoid a lot of this, unless you're jumping around everywhere, which is just going to get me hit by the amount of these guys that there are anyway. it's just problem central, you know? Oh yeah, let's not forget the fact that they can parry you too. Because of course they can. I would like to get to do anything, game, please. Like, please don't just stagger their attacks enough that I just don't get to touch anything, because that would really upset me. Case in point. Like, part of me is wondering if this is a case of, like, this is meant to be played in 2-player, which it might be, but I feel like that's not the entire problem. Like, obviously some of this is me. Absolutely, Crimson. Thank you again for the raid, and hopefully you can have a good night's rest tonight. Sleep well. Yeah. I don't know how I got away with that, but I'll take it. We love bank errors in our favor. This does work out reasonably well as far as the credits go, though, because we'll basically have our last credit to spend on whichever character worked the best for us, since there's 4 characters. And obviously, if I wasn't character cycling, probably would do a bit better. But I want to know how each of these work to see which one works best. And so we get to see all of them, since this is the first of the games that actually let us switch characters. Usually it's just, hey, this guy's the first player guy, and this guy's the second player guy, and they play identically. Yeah, I knew that was gonna get me killed. Alright, come on out, big man. Face the pillar. Well, we certainly don't have a range issue as badly here. Oh, that's speed, though, as expected. Whoa. Thump, thump, thump. Yeah, we're still getting outranged by the spears, which is not a surprise. Oh, yay. Big pillar gets blocked by tiny little sword pointed not even in a valid parrying angle. Okay, good. Even big man can turn into a log and explode. Good. Okay, hang on. I need to see that again. Just picking these guys up with one hand, just... I'm glad that tradition's also shown through, of the big guys allowed to just chuck people one-handed. God, it is hard to get anything done when there's like 4 of them in a clump, though. Because, like, invariably, if you try to grab somebody or even get close enough to hit them all, somebody's going to attack and you're going to get deflected out. This guy's biggest problem is going to be everybody's faster than him. So I kind of need to, like, swing ahead of an enemy and make them walk into me, I think, is going to be my play here. Which I'm not good at. So this guy's going to die real fast, probably. But I kind of expected that. Like, as much as the guy we started with was a little on the dull side, I think he might genuinely have been my best choice. Because he has a nice balance of range, damage, and a little bit of speed. Like, not as fast as the lady, I think, but definitely faster than this. It also sucks that everybody's starting attack is very much married to its plane of existence. Like, it will not hit above or below it in the slightest. I got a load of this guy. There's a howdy do, sirs, is a hell of a sentence. Falsely accused of something or another. Even if I wasn't moving that text along, which half of that I wasn't, that still advances pretty quickly. Ah, you have magic. Good for you. But I assume after we defeat this guy, we'll probably actually get our info as to what the real problem is. I cannot get a word in edgewise against this guy right now. Here, that's a word. Bomb is a word. Ow. Come here. I was gonna hit him with him, but he moved. You know, he did the smart thing, which is always upsetting when enemies do that. Nope, you come here. We need to have a conversation. How did that not hit? Come on now. And he's got the same thing that the other boss had, where he just breaks out of combos because he can. So that's wonderful. Like, if the regular bosses are breaking out of combos left and right, I'm terrified of what the finale of this is gonna end up looking like. Like, this is a really neat game. This whole series is really interesting. But god, they really just do not want you making it through, which that makes sense. These are all Neo Geo games, which means they all probably were also arcade games. Or at the very least, they're based on arcade mindsets, which basically means die. So we're on our last credit, but we've got our best shot because this is the one that worked best for us. Still don't know what that meter up there means. Of course, I tried to advance it because it sat there for a second, and the second I advanced it, it kicked over to the next one and it immediately skipped it. Oh, this doesn't seem great. Wait. Oh, okay, they're helping. I was like, wait, did they just immediately turn around and attack us again? Hooray, they're on our side now. That's... the writing in this is interesting. Let's just say it that way, yeah. The writing in this is interesting. That's an accurate sentence. Oh, now we get the other two as choices. Bayaki was doing really interesting things with, like, the shadow thing he was summoning and everything. So we're going to Brazil now, and then the United States is last. At least of the options in front of us. 'Cause I didn't get a choice as to where to go here. I like the idea of the range we could have. Whether he'll actually throw this at all as part of his combo is a whole other question. Frog. Okay, yeah, part of his combo is to throw it. Okay, that might help a lot. The fact that he can't just manually throw it does lead to some problems, but this might be a benefit. At the very least, it's another crowd control option in that it'll control anybody behind the guy we're fighting. Because, like, that seems to be just the biggest danger we have here so far, is enemies attacking from outside of where we're already attacking something else. Wow, they just grow their heads back. I thought the head came back before. No, they just grow another one. Really impressive that they can just grow their head back. Like, of all things to be regrowable, that's not usually on that list. Oh, I have a choice. I can either break the wall or I can go this way. Let's go the way that was open first. Because half the time side paths are more difficult, and we're already having enough trouble as it is. Oh, context for everybody that came in while I was playing this one, by the way, we're playing at more or less the middle difficulty. Like, it didn't have set easy, normal, hard. It had, like, 1 through 9, so I set it to either 4 or 5. And, slightly regretting that decision. Because I'm really wondering if I had set it lower, if these guys would be a little less spongy. Because they're not heavy spongy, but they're just like that, just a touch of sponge. Because, like, most of them will survive a proper combo. Which, that's fine. But it would be nice if they didn't because of how many of them there are. It also does not help that the spearmen are starting to throw their spears, in addition to being just a nuisance poking you constantly. But it makes sense because we're essentially in the second section of stages that they would be using tier 2 enemies now, basically. For lack of a better way of explaining it. Yeah, we're just getting poked to death because I cannot move well enough to get out of that situation. And I have not found a block button yet. Which, the fact that I haven't found that is concerning considering we know the entire button list. So, yeah. Whoa, Phoenix. Okay, you're just gonna keep doing that, huh? You know, I think I liked it better when it was just diving back and forth. Because I can just punch it out of the dive, at least. Wow, okay. You know, I feel like I did this to myself, even though that's not physically possible. Considering, obviously, my statement was long after the game was made, but boy does it feel like I'm being punished for saying that the previous 2 games' bosses weren't that bad. All the bosses in this one have been nasty. At least by comparison to the very easily bullied and juggled bosses of the previous 2 games. These guys just, like, wake up out of everything, or in this guy's case, just constantly dash around the battlefield and make a nuisance of themselves. And have constantly falling meteors, so that you can't even just get a combo off on them. Because even while being hit, they can apparently keep doing that. Oh, boy. He's gonna die before I do, but man, this thing's kind of terrible. And by die before I do, I mean die before I run out of lives. There he goes. Because I couldn't get my grip on him again. Oh, and that wasn't even the boss of the stage. That was a mid-boss, huh? Oh, boy. It is a shame that you only get access to the other 2 characters at this point. Because we're not going to get to see if the other one was that much better unless I try again. Because we're out of credits, so there ain't going to be another character swap up in our future. Okay, at least there was life there. Which, that's one thing I'll give this one over the second game, is this one at least has life drops in it. The first game had life drops, but they were kind of terrible because you had to get 10 of them before you even got 1 hit point. And that's not even a joke. That was genuinely how it worked. Oh god, he has a cannon. Yep, you can tell this is the actual boss because he just breaks out of my attacks immediately and also is hard to even touch in the first place. I like that he ends up laying on the box he's carrying though. That's fun at least. I'm gonna assume he's like Goemon or something. He's riding around on a frog and he looks about right for that. Yep, game over. We're 4.5 hours in. I'm gonna give it one more try, and I'm gonna see what the difference between like 4 and 2 is. See just how much of a change that ends up making. Whether we full commit to this or not is a whole other question. But we'll at least take a look at it. Falcon or Katsura? Nah, this was working better. And we'll just commit to this one. We'll start with one of the harder stages first this time, and see if I was right in thinking that they scale. Enemies definitely have less health. No, maybe not. Maybe they take more damage? The thing is, we were just dealing with the tier 2 versions of these guys, so being able to tell the scaling might be a little finicky. They don't seem to do much less damage, there's that. Obviously, the lives aren't part of the difficulty because we have a separate slider for lives. So I wonder what the actual difficulty scaling is. It may just be how aggressive they are, but they were kind of passive in the early stages to begin with, too. Like, on a relative scale of things. Like, ironically enough, them being kind of passive was actually what made some of the spear guys so dangerous, because they'd stay out at range and then just keep prodding me when I fought the other guys that were being aggressive. And see, they're still actively dodging me, for example, so they're not stupid. I don't really know what the difficulty even is done. I'll be honest. Doesn't really seem any different. Like, maybe it would be more significant if it was, like, between 1 and 5 or 1 and 9. Maybe just moving it 2 doesn't make a noticeable difference. Maybe it's enemy quantity? But I feel like there's not really less of them, per se. Problem is, I don't remember this stage well enough because we've only done it once to be like, oh yeah, there was supposed to be 2 of these guys. I feel like there was 2 sword guys in most of these sections where there were sword guys. Not the regular green sword guys, the yellow ones that run at you. The regular sword guys are like a nothing. They're the basic egg punching bag unit. They're the only one I haven't had problems with. Okay, so staying behind them when they wake up means they don't even do the wake-up attack. Interesting. Now, maybe they just don't always do the wake-up attack, or maybe that's a difficulty thing. Maybe they just use less of their moveset on the lower difficulty. We'll have to get to a boss, though, before we can really tell, possibly. Because they may be the ones most affected by the change. It may not even affect the regular units. Because they may not expect people to be having this much trouble getting through the regular dudes as I have been. I will say, at least every game after the first one hasn't had that annoying push you forward mechanic where there's the roller or that kills you if you don't move forward. Which again, as I explained, it makes sense that that mechanic exists, but having it in the home version of a game doesn't make sense. Like, in arcades it made sense because it would reset the game automatically, essentially, by killing the player if they left. But it was also set entirely too fast? Because for context, for those that missed the first part where I was playing the first Sengoku game, the roller that crushes you when does damage for you taking too long shows up after about a second of idle, which is a little crazy. Like, you couldn't even, like, switch to a different transformation before going to the next fight without it activating. And that's why I say it's a little ridiculous. It is interesting how each character kind of has problems with different enemies, which makes sense because they all play a little differently. But it's always interesting to see that. Because it's also one of those, it's one thing for them to claim differences, it's another to actually see, like, obvious cases of there being the differences in play. Heal up. Some points. Doesn't help that they changed the button layout in each game. So I occasionally you'll see me jumping randomly. That's because I'm trying to attack, because the button that jumps in this one was an attack in one of the other ones. And I don't know why it's getting me now, but it usually doesn't get me in, like, shufflers and such. I think it's because I wasn't mentally prepared for it today, in particular. Is you would also expect games in a series to keep their button layout out similar. But these really are, like, 3 almost completely different games. Have her walk into the sword because there was no way I was going to manage to line that up any better without just getting hit. Look at that. A running attack gets parried by a tiny little knife. Okay, boss fight time. Let's see if she's as prone to, like, knocking me out of my attacks and such. Okay, her range attack still hurts like a son of a bitch, though we didn't have much health left. Her combo still basically deletes your health bar. And I'm instead just having trouble even hitting her to begin with, but that's not a surprise. Because we were having trouble hitting her before, too. The second or so it takes you to line up, she's probably doing her combo, which destroys you. She doesn't seem to be breaking out of combos yet. So maybe that's part of it, but she's also the first boss this time, so that may also be a factor. I'm also definitely playing this fight worse than I did last time because I'm trying to, like, watch for differences more so than actually playing this carefully. Because I'm, you know, not actually intending to finish this time around because we're almost at the 5-hour mark already and I am tired. Okay, I suppose the easiest way to tell would be to fight her with the same thing we were using before, which actually means I picked the wrong one, but it's fine. We fought her a little bit with this one, I think, and then we switched to the other one mid-fight. Yeah, see, she still parries out of being knocked into the air. So I think that's why we weren't getting any issues there then, is she has to be knocked into the air for her to start blocking. And since this has a launch in the combo, it actually has a problem there. Okay. Yeah, and she outspeeds me, so she wins in a clash. Look at that. I landed at the same time she was getting up, so by rights we should have started at an equal footing there, and yet she swung first immediately. Good God. We had this discussion. You run off now. It seems like things play out mostly the same. Now I'm curious, though, if going to Japan triggers Byakuya to have that entire sequence happen, or if he's only going to show up and then we'll have the we get saved sequence after China instead. Like, my curiosity is getting the better of me here. But it won't take that long to find out the answer to that question. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Because basically we're going to do this stage and then we'll stop. Because I don't anticipate to be doing so much better this go around to make it worth trying to finish. Because I would basically have to get through this without ending up burning another continue at all to feel comfortable doing the second set of stages. Because if that Phoenix fight and such is any indication, the bosses are gonna get real bad. Like, maybe not completely bad design, but nasty bad. Yes, I know I'm supposed to go that way, game, but there's loot to potentially be grabbed here. Wow, that heals for genuinely nothing. Yeah, that's the other problem with trying to do the flying attacks, is they'll just knock you out of the air. Like, I'm pretty sure even if I had started it early, he probably would still somehow knock me out of the spin. Because I'm pretty sure he has enough range with that spear to outreach the possibility of him getting hit before, or he could hit me, basically. So I think we would just be SOL one way or the other there. It really is a shame that these are so, like, brutal so far. Because they're really good-looking games, and they do play pretty well. Just, ooh, pain. Though I will say, every single one of them has, like, one issue or another. And they're all very small issues, so I'm betting most people probably work around them just fine, or don't even notice them. Like, the small bits of, like, the movement on the vertical being a little too sluggish to avoid things, etc. Is if you get used to it, it probably is absolutely fine. It's just glaring to me, and I think part of that is also partially to blame on the fact that I didn't play this in its time. Is like, if there's one thing that a fair amount of beat-em-ups these days have, for example, is you get a lot more mobility, which is something people argue back and forth as to whether it cheapens the experience or not, because it does make them easier by default because you can actually respond to attacks instead of just having to accept getting punched in the face if you make a mistake. Is like, I feel like ever so slightly a lack of control of my movements sometimes too, because I get caught in my animations, and that's a universal problem. That's not even though this game has this problem. Though this game actually, ironically enough, has this problem the most out of the three, is they've added so much more animation. Which, you know, adding animation to any game is a blessing and a curse. Because you can end up, like I said, with a situation, especially in a beat-em-up or a character action game, where you can end up just not being able to respond to a change in the situation because your character's animations haven't finished playing yet. Obviously, the answer to that is giving the player animation canceling, but that's a mixed bag too, because you can end up then unintentionally animation canceling, which is its own special problem too. It's all an array of things to get used to, and it depends on what you're actually comfortable working around within what the game offers you at the end of the day. Like, no matter how much I've complained about a few things here and there with these three games, they're all still very good entries in the genre. They're just kicking my ass, so I'm just going rar because I'm losing, and also trying to make my point at the same time, which can easily make it seem like I'm in a position where my point should be invalidated. And some of it should be. Obviously, some of it is inaccurate, and thus should be tossed out. But, you know. God damn it. But it does also fall into the classic statement of games feel way better when you actually get to press your buttons and do stuff. When you're just constantly getting juggled by the enemy, because they're just in clumps that you can't get into. It really doesn't feel nearly as good. And like, obviously you don't want your enemies to just stand there and do nothing. But it's such a fine balance to hit between making it feel good for the player because they get to do the thing, but also fighting back against them in a meaningful way. I am curious, because I keep getting these, like, spot dodges forward sometimes when I'm trying to run. I'm wondering if that's just the run canceling, or if that's just actually a dodge mechanic that I didn't understand. I can't seem to do it vertically. It seems to only work horizontally. Which makes me more inclined to think that it's just the run janking out. Especially since the animation is so similar. But maybe there's something to that. Maybe that is, like, something I should have actually been taking advantage of. and obviously that isn't a layer I've been pointing out this whole time, is bear in mind I may not be using my entire tool set correctly or at all, so that is a variable to keep in mind. Okay, yeah, he's in the yellow health, which I think he had that much health last time, question mark? Okay, he's invincible while he's throwing that. I was just gonna try to bombard him to death. But it makes sense that he'd have iframes while he's summoning, because otherwise, in two-player, for example, he'd summon towards one person and just get destroyed by the other person. Or, case like right there, I jump past it before he finishes starting it. I think I need to use the punch opener for my combos against this guy, just so he doesn't get his combo first. So I could punch him there, but my sword couldn't reach him there? Weird. And then I was just still swinging and still sometimes hit him, sometimes didn't. He may also have some iframes on, like, the spin attack or something. Yeah, see, he broke out of my combo again. So it definitely isn't a thing that they do based on difficulty. At least not on the difficulty slider. It seems to be more of... It becomes more common the more stages you've gone through. The fact that he has those moves as an enemy, though, and not when I was controlling him, makes me assume that there are moves I'm missing out on. He's also being a real piece of work right now in terms of he's constantly avoiding now that he's at lower health, and then canceling out of every combo. Like, it's genuinely gonna be a lot safer just to jump kick him to death at this point. I still don't know what that meter up there means. Okay. Now let's see if the same scene plays. Not the first scene after we beat him, but the second scene. If it doesn't play, then we know you have to finish all 3 stages for that scene to play and the other 2 characters become available. Runs off, and it just takes you to stage select. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I'm gonna quickly look up to see if there is a move list, now that we're not gonna keep going for the moment. So bear with me a moment. I'm getting an immediate listing for one. There are special moves, and I was not finding any of them. Uh-huh. I can't believe I never happened to do any of those. So, the stupid thing about the specials in that game are they're all down and a button. That's all it is down and a button. I was trying fighting game inputs of like quarter circles, half circles, back, forward, because that's what I expected it to need. Literally just down and A, down and B, according to his FAQ here. Huh. I don't know how to feel about this information. Ah. Okay. Yep, I was mostly just playing this wrong. Not entirely playing it wrong, but there was a lot of things I was doing wrong according to what I'm reading here. Between not having the specials, and turns out there is animation canceling you can do, but it's only into dashes. And since I was not pulling off the dashes very well, because that's not something I'm any good at, it's never been something I've been very good at, since double tap to dash is rough for me, because I'm not good at the multi-directional double tapping. I can't do that for some reason. So that's part of why I'm having so much trouble with that, probably, is that this game's designed for you to be dashing around. So I was more or less on the right suspicion there, as far as that part goes. But for those that are interested in this, you might want to keep that information in mind, because that will be useful to you. And also help you determine whether that's something you want to have to work around or not. Because it's also entirely possible that it'll be 100% doable with just the specials. Because I feel like those are already going to make a big difference. And something that'll probably end up happening is I may play these a bit more in my off time and learn them a bit more, and then we may come back and win these in the future. Or at the very least, maybe the third one? I'm not sure if there's anything I can really learn about the first two, but I may look into information about both of those too. I just don't see a reason for you guys to be here while I sit there and read all of that and then practice it. I just don't think it'll be interesting to watch. But enough about that. Schedule coming up while I find us somewhere to go is more or less the same as I said yesterday, but some of you probably weren't here yesterday to hear it, so... Today being Saturday, Monday we return to Okage Shadow King, and then Tuesday is up in the air. I still don't have a 100% answer as to what Tuesday's going to be. Thursday will be the headliners with a mostly full lobby, actually. We almost have the 8 people for that. I don't think I'm going to push for a full 8, because that's going to be a lot. But I got more people for that than I expected to. I genuinely expected to end up like filling out to only like a 4 or 5, and instead we have like 6 or 7. Depending on whether I counted right or not. And then Friday, I don't know entirely yet. I need to touch base with somebody about whether we're still doing something on Friday or not, because we've both been busy and had things happen, basically, the past week or so. So, neither of us have been fully paying attention to that situation in particular. So that's an iffy thing, and I have a poll going on in the collab Discord right now as to whether people want to do Lethal or Repo on Saturday, but it'll be more than likely one of the two. And it'll be a regular Saturday time, so it'll probably be like a 2 o'clock Eastern start, and then we'll go for however long the people playing feel like playing for. Basically, as long as I have a few bodies left, I'll probably keep it rolling. Depending on, you know, how lucky Saturday ends up being. 'Cause I'm doing that thing again where I'm ignoring the curse of Saturday we've been dealing with for a while, and trying to keep Saturday as a concept anyway. I'm gonna quickly kill audio because there's already no audio anyway, and then have a look around to see who to send y'all to. You've been going for 3 hours, but you seem to be continuing for a bit, so you'll be option 1. What else we got going on, though? I am down for sending over there, but I always want to see all my options before I commit. So that would be a new one. That would be a new person to go see, which is nice. I'm always trying to expand this, but you know, results vary very heavily vary. Actually, they've been pretty supportive. How far in are you? Yeah, you know what? We'll go over there. 'Cause they've been very supportive on Blue Sky, and I know they've been popping in now and then. So let's repay, as we do. We'll go see the Jazz Princess, who's playing Alan Wake 2, which I've played Alan Wake 1 completely. I have not actually played Alan Wake 2 personally, but should be good fun. So we'll go ahead and get that timer started. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know a lot of this was just me going, why is this upsetting? Why are they just hitting me in the face? But hopefully y'all had a good time watching me just get my shit pushed in, basically, for the whole day. We already talked schedule, so I'm not gonna worry about that again. Yeah, I don't really have too much else to add there, so be good to Jazz, and I will see you on Monday. Good night, everybody.